Am I the only one? Are you waiting on me?
No, we just have,
No, you're here.
we're live
All
on
right, Mr.
YouTube.
My headphones are not working.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready?
Yes, sir. This is, you want me to announce it? This is a special meeting in advance of our strategic planning workshop. This is Wednesday, January 27th, and it's about 9 a.m. And we'll call the order of the members.
Councilmember Abbott,
Here.
Councilmember Del Prado.
I hear
I
you.
see
Good
you.
morning, but my headphones aren't working.
She's here.
Councilmember Hokumer,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Kraft,
Here.
Mayor Corradino.
I'm here.
Quorum is present, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and the flag is somewhere in the room. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. With that, we have one resolution. Ms. Manager or Mr.
Mr.
Rodriguez,
Mayor,
you wanna
let me read it by
that?
title. It's a resolution of the Village of Pinecrest, Florida, awarding a bid to Lunacon Construction Group Corp. for the Pinecrest Gardens Upper Garden Project, providing for an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, we had presented to council the low bid award of the contract to Lunacon at the last regular meeting of the council, and subsequent to that, approval by council when we entered into the follow-up steps to actually enter into contract, the vendor realized that there had been an error when they submitted their numbers to us as a result of their having the estimator quit the night prior to the actual deadline of the bid. So they've submitted the corrected schedule of values. They are still the low bidder. So at this point, I would be recommending just re-awarding with the corrected amount to for that project, so we can go ahead and proceed with the commencement of construction for that project.
Are there any questions on this?
Somebody is,
Sorry, just to reiterate, the with the increase in correction in their bid, they're still the low bidder out of the
That's
process.
and they're the company, it happens to be the same company that has worked with us in the past. They were the ones doing that did the expansion of the community center. So we have, a working relationship with them. So we're comfortable that they're a reputable company and they can perform the contract without any issues.
They were about 25,000 less still, right?
Correct.
Okay. I
Hey,
would-
Yossi,
Yeah.
is Mitch fine with that? They're okay with that?
Yeah, we reviewed it with them. Mitch, if you want to speak on the issue.
Yeah, no, we are okay with it, with the caveat, this is Lunacon, right?
Yes.
With the caveat, and I don't know if you mentioned, I was having a little trouble finding the meeting. But we are sending them a note. I mean, we're preparing a complaint, which they will be a defendant on the gym floor. And under in construction law, the general is always liable for the subs. So even though the sub caused the defect, they are, I apologize, that's not me. Even though the sub caused the defect, the general, Lunacon, is liable for it. And, we advised them this week that we're looking at awarding them another contract, but they ought to step up and put some pressure on their sub and to settle that case and respond on the gym floor. So that's the only caveat.
Mitch, so you're okay with that the other bidders?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? You're okay
Yes,
with that
and
the other bidders don't get to adjust their bids, that they already saw the bids and now they can adjust them maybe lower to be the lowest bid?
What happens is that when you select the most qualified, you also have the ability to negotiate with the most qualified. My understanding is that the selection is based largely on qualifications and only partly on price. And so if if you wind up selecting the second lowest bidder because that second lowest bidder is better qualified than the lowest bidder, and then the second lowest bidder agrees to reduce its price below the lowest bidder, then that is an appropriate negotiation.
Okay.
If you were selecting solely based on price, yeah, you would have to rebid, rather than let somebody reduce their price in order to win. That would be a problem, but because it's a largely qualifications-based selection, it's okay to select and then negotiate down.
And we already picked them the first time anyway. It's not
Correct.
like we picked somebody else.
Right. And to add to that, just want to mention the second lowest bidder, the one that would have been right after them, did not submit all the information we would need to be able, from a qualification standpoint, they didn't even have the same type of experience. So even though price-wise, they potentially would have been in play from an experience, just project experience, and the fact that they didn't submit all the paperwork that we asked for were also red flags to us. So that's why we're still sticking with LunaCon as opposed to just throwing it out and rebidding the whole thing.
No, I agree. I think we picked them at first, and there's always adjustments on construction.
Yeah.
It's never an
Yeah, the
exact
other way
science.
we could have done was like through change orders, but it was going to be too big of a change order. I'd rather just clean it up and do it the right way from the get-go and just be transparent about the mistake and then move on from here.
Okay, everybody's good with that so far? So do we have a motion to approve?
I moved.
I'll
Do we
second.
have All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Okay, perfect. So I guess we need a motion to adjourn. Is there anything else on the agenda that we need to deal with?
No, sir.
All right. Oh, perfect. Okay.
A second.
All right, motion and second. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See you in a month, 2 weeks.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move to what? Our strategic planning session next?
Right, we're gonna move to strategic planning workshop. I sent a quick email to everyone with the working document in case you wanted to physically make notes, but we are going to have Angela listening in, taking notes, and I can pull up the working draft. So we have something visual on the screen if you want to, when we get into discussion of all the goals and objectives and revisions and editing, et cetera. But prior to that, typically council, we have provided council with updates for the year from the different departments. In the past, that process has taken upwards of half a day, which I know is very painful to some of the council members. And over time, I think you guys just have been keeping pretty abreast of what's happened this year behind the scenes. I don't know that we have to go into that level of detail, but what we're gonna do, I've asked everyone to limit their comments 5 minutes. So they'll just go through quick and dirty rundown of what's happening in their departments and any like pitch that they want to make for council to consider when we set new goals of things that they think we should be pursuing. So they'll just be doing presentations.
Headphones aren't working.
In the interest of time, my recommendation would be that council hold any questions till their presentations are done, so that it's not like interrupting and getting, starting up again. So let them go through their presentations, and then council can follow up with any questions of the department. So are we comfortable with that, Mayor? Are you okay with that process?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and then have Guido bring in the first department. I'm just gonna go down the line with my departments. They know their orders based on our staff meeting agendas. So we're gonna start with the building and planning department. So Guido, if you can let Steve and Leo into the room. Okay, Leo, you have your microphone turned off, and Steve, can you hear us? Do they have their videos on, Guido?
Video, okay.
No, they don't.
Okay, now, good.
Yeah, you're there. Okay, Steve, do you want to go on video too? I don't know if he's can hear me. I don't know. All right, regardless, that's weird. We can't get Steve. There you go. Okay. Hey, Steve. Okay, I'm gonna share screen their presentation, so you'll see the presentation in front of you. And then we'll go through it. Okay, so I'm just gonna click to the next screen.
Okay. Okay, I'll start it off. Good morning, Mayor and Council. This first graph that we're showing you is a 20-year overview of the issued building permits and inspections related to the building division only, based on activity between January 2020 and December 31st, 2020. As you can see, there's a drop in 2020 of about 11% in the number of permits. And there is also a drop of 8.5% in the number of inspections during 2020 as compared to the prior year. So it's probably fair to say that this drop can be attributed to the coronavirus pandemic. As before that, we were pretty much on the same line. We were issuing about over 3,000 permits, between 3,000 and 4,000 permits. Although the number of permits have dropped, the construction value has actually increased in 2020 from the prior year by 3% to $102,645,000 in construction value. Just as a side note, recently we also looked at the average size of new homes that's being built in Pinecrest, and the average size now is 7,270 square feet. We did this several years ago, and it was upwards of 8,500. So the average size is now smaller than it was several years ago. Let's see if we can, you can flip to the next page if you would, Madam Manager. Yeah. Okay, that's Steve that's going to talk about this.
Steve, can you speak about your slide? I cannot hear you.
I think he's on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Manager, and members of the council. This chart here shows that the number of code cases has increased due in large part due to increased enforcement during the recent pandemic, the current pandemic. And it also shows that the number of business tax receipts issued has remained steady. The number of plans reviewed is down slightly, which is to be expected during the pandemic, but not all that much. The number of zoning permits in the last year has decreased again due to the pandemic, and those permits are largely special events and film permits and garage sale permits, which were suspended during the pandemic.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about electronic plans submittal and electronic plans reviews. We have been working internally with our IT department to try to resolve this solution of having applicants submit applications online, which is very desirable. And there are already several cities, including Miami-Dade County, that are doing that. Allowing architects and engineers to submit their plans electronically, And in that way, we can review them in-house electronically simultaneously. And also we can send the plans to the county agencies that have to review them. For example, single-family homes don't have to go to fire and Durham, but they do have to go to the health department, and they have to go to Miami-Dade County for impact fees. So commercial properties, of course, have to go through a fire review, and they also have to go through Durham and Wausau. So this will facilitate the submittal process. Once we get to through this hurdle, it's going to take an effort on our part to fund it. We know that we have allocated in the new fee schedule funds to cover part of this process, and we'll be banking some of the fees that come in to pay for this process. Hopefully by next calendar year, we could start to work on this process, and we will start with some of the minor permits first, maybe like driveways and fences and roofs and things that are very simple, to tree removals and tree permits and things like that. To go to that would be stage one, and then stage two would be allowing full submittal of plans, including single-family homes and commercial buildings. We also will want to improve the local business tax applications in the same way. It'll be electronic. So right now, if you're a business owner and you are submitting a local business tax receipt license, you have to go through us, and then you also have to go through the county for fire and in some cases for Durham. So it'll be a one-stop shop. Once we get the application online, our people will submit the application to the county on their behalf, and it'll be processed through the county. They'll pay online for the county review and submit the application approved back to us so that we can issue the business tax license.
So with regard to the next item, NFIP, the village has been a member of the National Flood Insurance Program for many years. We joined the community rating system in 2016, and we currently have a rating of 8, which allows for a 10% discount in flood insurance premiums, which translates to about $75,000 community-wide in terms of savings. We completed an application for an improvement in our rating to a 6, which would allow for an additional, which would allow for a total of 20% reduction. That was submitted to FEMA, and FEMA came back with a number of questions and requests for additional information, and we're currently working with Kimley Horn to improve that rating to a 6, to respond to FEMA's request for additional information.
So with regards to customer service, I want to expand before I get into the actual customer service line that we see there in the next 5 years. The Village Council has approved this current year's budget to include a new position of a building inspector to augment mainly the building plans reviewer capabilities and provide a new service that we're offering now. We're referring to this service as an express reworks plans reviews. And this new service is, we are doing as we're getting feedback from some of the users that they would like a faster turnaround when the plans are resubmitted for the second time. The first review take up to 20 days to go through the entire system. It also goes through the county. And then the second review is where people are most urgent to submit plans and get them back quickly. So we're rolling out this new service that's already out, and it's part of our fee schedule now. And we have a fee for that service. And it's specifically geared to new construction submittals that have gone through the first reviews, and applicants want a quicker turnaround on the resubmittal. And we're focused on building and zoning reviews. That's where we have right now a backlog of plans that are in the process. waiting in the queue to be reviewed. So with this new service, we are going to be turning these plans around between 3 and 5 business days, and that's our goal. And the additional fee that we're going to be charging is $68 per review. So applicants want their plans out quicker are going to be able to go through this process, and our department is fully funded for this additional person, which we hope we can get on board soon. On customer service, back to customer service, we have seen very positive results for overall customer satisfaction based on SurveyMonkey results from 2016 and 2020 that we can share with you. However, the village manager has advised that feedback regarding some residents expressing difficulty in obtaining permits from the Building and Planning Department requires special consideration. And we want to respond to that. In response to address these concerns, the department, together with the communications department, will be moving forward with an outreach program to specifically geared for homeowners to help assist with the process and to provide links, videos, workshops with the goal of educating our residents about what they should expect during the construction process, and therefore to improve the overall process of submittal for permits and inspections.
So I just want to interject real quick on this particular one, because I had spoken to Leo and Steve about and shared some of the comments that I've heard specifically from some of the elected officials that did a lot of door-to-door walking. And so based on those conversations with some of the council members, we brainstormed and come up with possible ideas of what we can do to try to change that perception with the residents. I do have charts that show 5 years worth of survey results for surveys that we implement at the end of the permit process. We send out surveys to every final permit, and we do get responses back through that process. But in reviewing those results, they were mainly positive. And so we were trying to figure out, like, where's the disconnect? And what we do believe there is a disconnect between the perception of the professional, general contractors, architects that do business with us regularly and understand how we compare with other departments from, service provision aspect. But we also believe that in their dealings with their clients, which are residents, they may not paint the village always in a positive light because they may want to cover up, issues that they may be having with the contracts. It's the only thing we can think of. So we're going to be changing some of the surveys that we are currently doing, and also do more resident surveys where when we final a permit, we want to try to get input from the homeowner. In addition to, like, right now, we're just getting it from the contractor. So we're going to try to also do survey that's more directed towards the actual Pinecrest resident to try to get feedback from them on, and hopefully between the communications campaign that we're going to do, plus that outreach on the survey work, we'll be able to over time improve that perception, that negative perception of the department.
Hey, Yossi, could you re-explain the communications campaign? And another issue is that every time, I'll bet you 99% of the time that I get a complaint and track it down, we find out that the contractor has messed something up and is misleading the homeowner when we check it through the system. So
right.
I would bet that there's a certain amount of people who aren't going to be satisfied in the first place, and that's going to be done for a variety of reasons. But my interactions with the department are extremely positive.
Right. So the way that we're envisioning the comprehensive communications campaign is, number one, we would be issuing a letter to the property owner. And in that letter, it's going to give them like the links of where they can go to keep track of anything and everything, all the plans review, all the comments that are provided by the village, and walk them through it. We're also going to be developing like a workshop. So for all permits issued in January, the following month, we would pick, let's say, the middle of the month, a certain day, that when we send out that letter, it will invite them to come to a workshop, which we can do through Zoom, where we will go over the what to expect in person with all the homeowners to walk them through how the process works and why all the different trades and that back and forth. So they understand why there is a back and forth and why we have to go through this process, and it's basically for their benefit and their safety. We've also developed a social media campaign that you may have noticed we've already started to roll out with some of these, important topics of discussion that we want to kind of highlight the fact that you should pull permits, that you shouldn't do work without a permit, and why that's important to do that. And, the pitfalls of not pulling permits and all these things. So we're going to do that through social media and obviously through the Sun as well. And then, like I said, we need to double back with survey work to make sure that we're meeting the goal of improving that overall perception of the department by our residents. Because that to me is the critical thing of trying to shift based on just the anecdotal feedback that the council members are getting when they were going door to door with residents.
I know you asked us to wait for our comments till the end, but I just want to tell you that I'm really impressed that the thoughtfulness that you guys have given to this and the consideration. So thanks so much.
Hopefully we make a difference and that we can improve that perception out in the community. We've always known that these issues exist, but when we have been doing the survey, and the other change we're going to do in the survey too is we're going to drill down a little bit more. Right now, it just lumps the whole department. We're going to change some of the questions to be more specific by the division to just see if there's also improvements that we need to drill down further on the service provision side of the different divisions and within the department. And I have those surveys if you guys
I know this
should do it, but in the interest of time, I didn't include it. We didn't include it in the presentation, but if you're interested in seeing it, I can always provide that after we finish the presentation.
Yossi, where are we with the plan for the remember we'd spoken with Leo and Steve about the revised portions when people have to revise, because every job site has 20, 30 revisions.
We're in it. We've already implemented that, Doug. So as soon as the council approved those fees, we started that process, right, Leo?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Actually, as soon as the council approved the budget, we went out and started looking for qualified individuals to apply to fulfill that position, which includes building inspector, roofing inspector, and plants examiner. So we have now hired an architect that is also certified.
Oh,
he's got 20 years experience for the city of Miami. He's agreed to come and work for us, and he will be starting hopefully within the next 2 weeks. That'll make a huge impact on the plant review for building.
Well, just so everyone in council knows that stems from, we have a few weeks where you can turn in a revision. And remember, Leo, we talked about how that revision, although it might just be a tie beam, doesn't have to go through, or it could be something that doesn't need to go through landscaping, zoning, and plumbing and electric and stormwater. So it goes directly to that department, and it takes a matter of just 5 minutes to review. All right, they changed what we had for a comment, so they revised it. It's done. It doesn't have to go through the other 6 different departments and sit there for 2 weeks to be reviewed when it's just a check anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And also, this person that we're hiring is going to focus his time part-time on specifically addressing those plans that are coming in as reworks. So those reworks are going to be done very quick going forward.
Because I think of what I've heard for the years and years, it's not necessarily that there's the comment that you need to revise, it's the delay. Because you're right, we needed the manpower. You got to have the people to look at that comment and say, that comment was fixed. And I hope that should, to me, and you know, I mean, we went through it. I think that should solve 99% of that.
Yeah, I'm confident that it will. As you know, sometimes we have in the queue for the building plans reviewer up to 80 plans that are in the queue to be reviewed. So a plan that comes in today, it goes at the bottom of the list, so that person's going to have to wait. Now with the new service, those plans that are coming in as a rework will be looked at immediately by this additional person.
No, but didn't we decide that was still going to be, the rework still has to be expedited? It would still have to be expedited. They have to pay.
They have
to get
pay
it back in a couple days, because, you know, to skip the line, you're going to have to pay and expedite.
That is correct. And that's part of the funding that we're using to fund that position, is they have to pay $68 for each person that reviews that plan.
Yeah.
So they have to request it and they have to pay it. I'm sure they'll pay it.
Oh, of course. That's their whole thing. Well, this comment has delayed me by 3 months, because just so everyone knows, it has to go to a architect. He has to redo the plans. They have to submit it. It has to go to maybe a structural engineer, and then it has to be reviewed. And I mean, that takes time. And architects just don't drop everything they're doing, the other 40 jobs they're doing, for one person to hurry up and expedite, you know, in one day their revision.
Exactly.
So.
Hey guys, can we Yossi wanted us to do our comments at the end. Let's hold them till the end so they can get through. That way we can probably have a better give and take with Leo and Steve.
All right.
No, I'm done. That's it.
Okay.
So the next section is development and redevelopment. And as the village council knows, the village council's been actively involved in the review of some of these projects, and certainly planning staff and our inspectors have as well. But as you know, Gulliver's under construction, Temple Beth Am is under construction, Regions Bank is under construction. In addition, we've learned that the former Mitsubishi site has been acquired by the owner of Bomnan Chevrolet, Mr. Bomnan, and he's expressed an interest in developing a Volvo dealership. He'll be renovating that property and developing a Volvo dealership at that property. In addition, Kendall Toyota, of course, has been under construction for the last few years, and they've recently submitted plans for the construction of a new pre-owned auto sales building on the property on the north side of the C-100 canal. With regard to economic development, we're currently working with a company by the name of Business Flair. Kevin Crowder is the principal of that firm, to develop a retail gap analysis to determine what kinds of businesses are lacking in Pinecrest. And we'll be able to use that information he's going to be preparing with us a brochure and a pamphlet that can be used to help target different businesses, and we can reach out to them, and the owners of various shopping centers share that information with them to attract some businesses that are of interest to the village of Pinecrest and that are needed within the village of Pinecrest according to that study. Next slide. With regard to the comprehensive plan, we have amended our comprehensive plan as required by the State Land Planning Agency. It has been updated, but of course the Village Council's expressed an interest in evaluating future land use classifications of properties, particularly those adjacent to Pinecrest Parkway, to determine the desirability for more intensive development, mixed use development, particularly at sites across from transit facilities, including Kendall Plaza, where Captain's Tavern is currently located, and the land at the northeast corner of Southwest 136 West 1, including the Macy's property and the Home Depot property. Staff, the village manager, and I have been looking at different types of developments that might be suitable in the village of Pinecrest, including Meisner Park, Merrick Park, and I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Mercado in the city of Naples, or north of the city of Naples, for example. It's a 40-acre mixed-use development that includes retail and residential. That's very successful. But we're looking at some of those mixed-use developments to determine their suitability in the village of Pinecrest. Also, currently, we're in the process of updating the land development regulations. I'm pretty much complete with that process, and we'll have a draft to share with you individually prior to scheduling public hearings if you'd like. I know at least one village council member has expressed an interest, and we'll be scheduling an appointment to review the draft land development regulations, the amendments to the land development regulations in the near future. So that concludes our presentation this morning.
Does anybody have any questions on that?
I have a few questions, just quick ones.
Shoot.
The online plan submission program, you said next calendar year, so that's 2022? It'll be in stage one?
Hopefully we can adopt it. We're going to put it forward in our budget for October 1st, 2021. So
Okay.
it'll be 21, 22. And if we were funded, we can proceed immediately to move our entire process of permitting to the cloud and to improve our actual equipment so that we can review plans in double screens and larger screens that we have now. In addition to getting some of the programs we need to be able to verify licenses and signatures on plans.
Okay, and obviously you know a lot more about this than I do, but $68 for express service seems really cheap. But then I thought you said it was 68 per person who looks at it, or is it 68 total?
No, it's $68 per person, per reviewer.
Okay,
Typically, what we have seen is that the multiple rejections are often seen in building reviews and zoning reviews. So we expect that people will probably pay for those two reviewers to $68 a piece to get that expedited service.
it seems so low. I just wonder if everybody's going to do it and then we're back in the same position of not being able to get through them. But we'll see, right? We'll see if that works out.
No, I think you're right. I think $68 is low. That's what our consultant recommended, and that's what we're going forward with. But I think most people will probably want that.
Yeah. Okay. I saw
Real quick, Gabby texted me, let council know that the upgrade of the software will take a minimum of 6 months as per the vendor. So if council were to approve it in next year's budget, it'll be 6-month implementation before we can go live with that electronic plans review.
Am I crazy though? I thought we already had talked about this.
No, I'm just teasing.
We have spoken about this, but because of budget considerations, even though we've talked about doing this every year when it's time to balance budget and all that, we've backed it back down. So we've had this conversation, and it becomes a financial consideration every year, whether we proceed with it or not. Now that we did the new fee schedule that specifically starts to develop, set aside like a reserve for that department, we can use that money as opposed to that reserve, being absorbed for something else, So I think it'll work better for us next year.
And my last question is, I saw Macy's on a few slides. Are there any plans right now for that property, or is that down the line?
Macy's, the representatives of different developers have come and have actually had meetings with the mayor and I, pitching different ideas for that site for a mixed use development. We can tell you that based on those conversations, Mayor, what was the asking price for Macy's to even sell that property? It was something ridiculous.
Yeah, it was more. It was a lot.
It was
remember
like
the exact
30
number. I can look
million
it
or
up.
something crazy. Like it was some crazy number that we all like kind of laughed at. And so for now, I don't think there's any move for Macy's to sell that property because I think what they're asking was completely outrageous for any kind of development. But it is one of the more deep lots. So when council we go into discussion of land development regulations and looking at our US 1 vision plan and potential for increased densification, that because of the size of that property, I think it would serve us to look at that, at what that might look like with a different kind of development on it. But I don't know that it'll ever happen, quite frankly, because the numbers they were asking for were a little outrageous.
Years ago, we met with the owners of Macy's and they were very reluctant and not interested in selling. But more recently, we have received inquiries, as the village manager has said, but no, nothing beyond that.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can I interject with a question?
Jump in. Yeah.
Okay. So conceitedly, I'm a little green on this, but do I understand correctly that you, like a resident could pay $68 to have their plan review expedited? Is that and then they would pay $68 per department that they have and expedited?
Currently, the people that typically avail themselves of that expedited process are the general contractors that are pulling the permits. So, for them, time is money. I don't know if you're frozen. Is she frozen? Can you hear me?
It looks frozen.
It looks frozen. Can you hear me?
Everybody else looks.
She might be able to hear.
There you go. Okay, now you
There
can.
she is.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
If your Wi-Fi is funky, if you turn off your camera, then you'll unfreeze.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Can you hear me? Could you hear what I was saying to you?
No, I didn't hear anything. My question was, you would pay $68 to be expedited, for your plans to be expedited, as I understand.
That's just for minor rework, though. The $68 isn't for an expedited plan review. There is a fee for that, but it's my understanding $68 is for just a minor revision at the end of the.
What I was saying before is that it's not the residents that typically pay that. Typically, the general contractor, the licensed general contractor that's pulling the permit will pay that fee to move the project along because time is money for them. So typically that cost isn't borne by the resident as much as it is by the entity that's pulling the permit and wants the review to move in a faster way.
I guess I just want to make sure that from a policy level, what we're not doing is creating a situation where people who are already in queue now have to wait longer because these other plans have come forward and they're paying an expedited fee to have their plans put at the head of the line. No?
No, because that's why we are hiring another person to only deal with that process. We're not, so the original process that's already in place of queuing permits are still going to be reviewed through our assistant building official and the building official.
Correct. Yeah. So the process that we have in place now allows for anyone that wants an expedited review, and it's through the sustainability ordinance. If you want an expedited review, when you submit your plans, you sign a document that says you will pay, and the fee for that is 25% of the permit fee, the building permit fee. That will expedite the plans the entire way, every single time you submit the plans for every single discipline and every single reviewer. This is a different process. This is a process where specifically geared for reworks, people that have not expedited their plans, and they are submitting for the second time a rework of a plan. So in other words, they have their comments the first time around, and now the second time when they submit again, they're saying, we want this quicker, and now we're going to give them a way to do it quicker by paying the $68 for each reviewer. And for that, we have now hired a person who is also an architect that will focus specifically on that. So the plans come out quicker for rework that are expedited. it sounds complicated, but it's,
Thank you.
yeah, we have thought this
No, I
through,
understand.
and we think this is going to be a great process.
Okay. Did we lose Doug?
Yeah, he's been gone for a while. So look, so I think what's happening right now is we're getting into a chef's salad approach to the work that we're doing. So I think we're going to be more efficient if we decide whether we're doing reports, commenting on the reports, whether we're starting from the strategic plan, discussing the strategic objectives, and then creating the policies and priorities to implement them, which would then lead to an operational discussion, which would then lead to an algorithmic discussion of exactly how individual fees are determined. At this point, we seem to be attacking the first subject from all of those points of view simultaneously. And so I'm concerned that we're not moving through the material. So
Right.
in general, I think we need to reach a better consensus of what
How to proceed.
level we're talking about. Because I don't want to talk about building and planning operations right now. And we already had our fee discussion. I want to talk about our strategic plan and how the idea of creating more efficient and more well-received customer service aligns with our strategic goal.
Right.
And then how that plays out from a staff policy and operational perspective is a whole different ball of wax. It's a different conversation.
Okay.
What are we going to do?
I
At
think
this point, we're on slide 3.
Right. Well, we're
Almost
done with
10
building
o'clock.
and planning. We're done with building and planning. And I do want to request from all the other department heads that are listening that we do need to keep the presentations down to 5 minutes. So we need to keep this going. So what I would suggest to council is that the staff is going to be on the call throughout the day. So if we can go through the presentation, take your notes, and then when everybody's done, we can double back as we go through the strategic plan. When we get into each department in the strategic plan and the different goals, some of these things can then be, discussed at more.
It will help me keep track of what we're talking about in the strategic plan if each one of the department heads, when they go through their bullet points, tells me which item in the strategic plan that this applies to. All right. So
Okay.
each one of these items that they're discussing hypothetically aligns with an item in our strategic plan. So rather than having me searching through a 27-page document to find the item in the strategic plan that it pertains to, if they could explicitly tell me,
Right.
this might go a little bit faster.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? Hopefully everybody got it. And we will proceed accordingly. You guys, Angela, if you can send a copy of the strategic plan draft to everybody. But for those of you who I reached out to yesterday when we were updating that document, the questions that were sent to you individually are those goals that we're talking about. So you would just go and refer back to that goal. Okay. If there's any question from a staff perspective, they'll understand what I'm saying because I had the conversations yesterday with them. Okay. All right. So we're good with building and planning. We'll proceed with finance department. Did you want me to go back and talk about, tie it to the particular goal now that we're talking about? It's the organizational excellence category when we talk about just efficiency in the departments. That would be what we specifically on the customer service side of it. That's the category and the strategic goal that it would fall under. Do you need me to give you more information than that right now? Or do you want to?
All right, get started. If I can't find it, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. The next person up is finance department. Let me get the finance slide up to be shared. Screen. Finance. Okay. Marie, you have your instructions.
Okay, good morning. We'll slide to the next one. Okay, basically, this is just an update on our financial health. You do get this report in your monthly packet, but just to highlight a few things, we are in the third month of our fiscal year, so that's basically 25% of our budget. If you look over to this right, the variances, all the departments are pretty much in line with the 25%. The good positive thing is to look at is that the revenue is at 48%. So within 3 months, we already have 48%, and that's mostly because of the property tax that starts coming in, the bulk in November and December. And then the transfers is high, and that's also because we paid off the loan, the 2012 loan, the $1 million that was paid off on that loan. So just want to point out, because obviously the current situation that we're in financially, I'm watching this very closely, and we've done a really good job of meeting our budget despite the COVID challenges. But just to point out, our revenues year to date this year is 12.7, and comparing it to last year before we had any impact, we were 12,758. So basically just a $40,000 drop there in revenues. But and if you take out the emergency, we have received 522,000, and that's from Irma, 120,000, and 402,000 from CARES. I'll go over that a little bit more on the future slide, but we're doing great there. Stormwater, just to show you where we're at, back in 2018, we moved this away out of internal processing. And basically it was to, you'll see that, well, I don't have the comparison here, but our aging has dropped. We used to have like at one point $1 million that people weren't paying because they got the bill and they threw it away because we couldn't do anything to them really. So now that it's on the tax bill, the county's taking care of it. The county will lien them, and it's moved a lot. So this balance that you see here is remaining from 2017 and prior that we haven't been able to collect. We've liened the properties, we've sent them return receipt. Basically now I'm catching this payment when they try to sell or they try to get a permit because we have it locked at the building department and we do have liens. So it's trickling in, I don't know, but I just want to give you that update. And just so you're aware, you'll see that the rates for the stormwater, those are the per month rates. We were doing equivalent residential units, ERU. The residential has been increasing and will increase up to fiscal year 24. And then in fiscal year 25, the study that was conducted a few years ago and approved is that we will be switching over to an EBU, which is an equivalent billing unit of 500, 1 EBU equals 500 square feet of impervious area. So we're watching the stormwater money to get it in. The county pays us just like the property tax. We've already collected $1.4 million, which is one of the highest revenue annual that we receive for stormwater. So we're doing well there. We're just trying to capture those old guys that we have out there standing. Just so you see, obviously our financial health is very important. Our reserves, overall in total, we have 10,064. That's all our funds combined. The one that we usually normally talk about is the general fund, which is that first one there. Again, these are unaudited numbers, so obviously it could change results on the audit, which should be completed in about 2 weeks or so, as I'm hoping is what they're telling me. So 5.7 is what we have in the general fund, but some of that money we can't use for anything else, such as things that were prepaid. We have a sidewalk commitment, and then we have the healthcare and the 2020 carryovers from 20 into 21 fiscal year. So that green number, 5,069,000, is our fund balance that we have available to us to use. It hasn't been committed elsewhere. So I'll move over to the next slide and just kind of show you where we think we're going to end up once this fiscal year goes through. There's the 5,069,000 I mentioned before. That's our budget for this year. So if everything goes as budget, which we are so far in line and expect to continue to be so, we're just going to add $10. That's how it was budgeted. So we're not going to really add anything to our reserve, but as everything goes well, we'll keep in line with the 569, the 5069. And then there's things that we're going to add to that will increase it. Hopefully we will resolve the Irma. As of 9/20, that's the amount they owed us, the 1674. And then we have FEMA COVID 171. This is as of 9/20 fiscal year, ending of fiscal year 20. Obviously there's activity in 21 that I'll go over, but this is just to see how we change from 9/30/20 to where we expect. And then we have the hurricane reserve of 3 million and the 10% that we have reserved That's the 2.5. So even with all of this, that'll leave us with 1,713,910 in our reserves that is available to us and free. So we do have our cushion there in addition to the hurricane and the 10%. So we're doing well there. Update on ongoing projects. The capital improvement revenue that's in fiscal year 21 budget, 7.9 million. That should be voted on. I approved in February and funded. We're going with Sterling Bank. We got a 2.22. The next thing is the Palermo property purchase. That's we're at about $4 million, allowing for closing costs. The other thing that we're in reviewing and getting information on is we have a 2011 note, 925,000. If we were to refund it and possibly combine it with the 4 million that we're putting out, we would save $9,000 a year through fiscal year 30 on that note if we refund it, because the interest rates are obviously more favorable at this point to refund that. Then I'll go through a slide with the Hurricane Irma, still talking about that from 2017, and COVID-19, FEMA and CARES. So we'll go to the next one.
Okay, so I just want to review a couple things on this slide before we move on to the next one. So we have upcoming the $7.9 million bond issuance for all the stuff that was already budgeted and approved through the budget process for this fiscal year. That'll be coming up next council meeting. We have the Palermo property purchase. We're in the process of putting together the bids to get the funding mechanism for that, in discussions with the financial advisors that come through the Florida League of Cities. They brought to our attention that other note that Marie mentioned, and the fact that if we hold off issuing that particular bond to June or July, then we can tack on this other note that can be refinanced after 10 years. And work that into that quote or proposal, request for proposals from banks that should translate in savings once we do that process. So we're working the mechanisms on that. In that event, if council, and we'll have more information when we do our presentation to council at the next council meetings. We have 2 meetings that'll be dealing with the financing of the Palermo property and all that before you guys actually take the vote to go forward with the purchase. So the timing of all that is one presentation in February and then another one in March where you would make the final decision. So we'll have all that worked out. So you see all the financials and the timing of, even the debt service payments and how that will impact the budget. Because our goal is that all these things can happen without our having to raise any taxes, so that we would be absorbing those debt service payments with just the increases that we anticipate and project for future revenues. Okay, sorry, Maria, hijacked.
That's okay, and the refinancing would have to be in July because of we have to maintain our tax exempt status for that note, so we could get the savings and keep it tax exempt. And this is basically the first 4 are the actual loans that we have in place right now, which is about 7 million. Remember, we paid off in October the $1,060,000, so the 2012 note is gone. And then this is the new one that will be discussed now and approved and funded in February, which is the 7.9. It will continue until fiscal year 40, 20-year note. And then I misspelled Palermo there. Spell check called it Palermo, sorry. But anyways, that's 2021. That's the 4 million. And that's the one that we want to combine with the first one, the 2011. And we would be able to do one that pays off is still the 10 years and the other one in 20 when we put it out, so that we don't extend debt longer than we need to, because it's 925,000, but even that amount of a note, if we refund, we would still save about $90,000. So we definitely want to look into doing that as well. So that's where our note and our debt would be, almost 20 million there. And you can see that the payments start dropping quite a bit by fiscal year 30, and they but those annual are the amounts that we're paying out in principal for each one of those years. And Hurricane Irma, dark green is those projects, because when the hurricane happened, the FEMA had us break it down by project and by dates. So anything in the dark green has been paid and closed. We actually collected in fiscal year 20, 1.535 million of the money that they owed us. So prior year, they owed us like over 3 million. And the big one there is that one in yellow that's under appeal. I think the response is due today. We did respond to the appeal denial, and I believe their response is due today, so we can move forward. I think the words our attorneys use is cautiously optimistic to get this resolved so that we can move it on. It will then go to the state. The state will audit it, and it'll come to us. Hopefully, we're hoping that we can move this quickly and get that money in, but that's 1557 that is under appeal. The remaining amount is about 117,000, and they're pretty much getting ready for closeout. There was an overage on the roof for Village Hall, so we're trying to get that paid out as well. There is some possibility of about 12,000 that will be ineligible due to stumps, but I'm waiting for them to show me their documentation to see if I have anything I can do to support it so that we don't lose those 12,000. And then the 41,000 is the administrative cost that they give us for having done the internal work ourselves. So that's in process, and there should be no problems with that. So that should take care of it. Now this is COVID. CARES has been fantastic as far as the experience of getting the money paid. We turn it in and get it paid. So anything related to payroll, we've spent about 347,000. And we've reimbursed 143. The receivable is 204, but of that 204, that 170,000 is basically money that we paid to our police officers anyway. So it's just money that we're getting, kind of like a extra money, because when we requested funds, luckily we had a little extra there, and the county ended up allowing us to just put it through police time. So that's what that is, the 170 of the 204. And I don't see any problems or delays. It's the hazard pay and things. So it's just a matter of their reviewers going through it and approving it. And that money will come in any moment, I'm sure. Invoice projects, we spent 571,000. We've reimbursed 247,000 approximately. Anything that we've paid out through accounts payable has been reimbursed. So that 324,470 that's remaining is those county projects that didn't finalize and get approved till very late. So we took care of most of that in November, December. We did the biz hack, and we've turned in our information. The rent, we were able to pay, help 45 of our businesses with their rent. And the art, we were able to pay, give basic needs assistance to artists for 25 artists. And I actually got the email today that that's been approved. So that amount should be coming in within the next week or so. The rent and the biz hack, we're just waiting for, they ask us questions. We return supplemental information, but I don't see any problem with getting that back. Then we get to the FEMA portion. The FEMA portion, we spent 199,537 in projects that could go to FEMA. FEMA at this point has 87.5% that the Fed will pay us and the state, and our portion is 12.5%. What CARES did is CARES said, we'll pick up that 12.5. The village won't have to pay for it out of their, well, they'll pay it, we'll reimburse it. So I've already been reimbursed 19,000, another 4,000 should be coming in. I do have a comment there because FEMA has denied one of our projects of the 199. So we've got another 40 days or so to respond to that. And we believe our case is good because we actually sent questions to FEMA asking if certain types of expenses would be reimbursable. They said yes, and now they've denied it. So we're playing the game again now with COVID. So that's 199,000. Well, 175 of it is what FEMA will pay us. Our portion has already pretty much been taken care of by CARES. So, and this was just the detail in case anybody asked. So we don't really need to go through that. That's just what I was just going through. In a nutshell, if any questions, please let me know. I don't hear you.
Sorry, that was me. Okay, if there's no questions, we'll move on to the next presentation, which is
The
village
only
attorney.
question I had following up is, are we seeing any significant non-payment of property taxes due to the financial stresses of 2020?
I have not, to be honest. And in fact, our revenue stream, and I don't get the detail, I guess I could request it from the county. We are in line exactly pretty much with what, a little bit more obviously, pretty much even with what we received last year. So there has been no delays In delinquent amounts, I've only received this year 1,700. So so far it looks good. I haven't seen any big numbers there to concern us there.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And just to add, we've collected 82% of the number that was budgeted through December. So we're doing well.
Okay, thanks, Marie.
Mhm.
All right, next is the village attorney. Let me pull up.
Good morning. Do you have the ability to just put that memo up?
Yep, let me get that up. Give me one.
And it's
second.
not necessary, but
Yeah, just give me a second. Let me just,
you had requested it.
yeah.
This presentation is going to concern primarily the discussion of our efforts to work with Miami-Dade County to obtain relief on our potable water problem. And I'll be very brief. We've had discussions at council and in other workshops regarding our strategy for handling this. The summary of this memo is that we are of the opinion that the best chance we have of obtaining funding from the county for the extension of water lines to the unserved homes in our village is via some kind of large countywide bonding by the county, either through a general obligation bond or special revenue bonds issued by the Water and Sewer Department as part of their efforts to address other large-scale environmental issues, which have been described recently and on which we had a presentation from Commissioner Regalado at our last meeting. The county is under increasing pressure and urgency to remedy the septic tank problem. We believe that as part of that, the county should connect all unconnected customers to potable water so that all of those who are going to be forced to pay for sewer services receive water services and do not just receive one-sided service from WASD. We believe that there's a reasonable argument to support that on an equitable basis. I am also personally of the opinion that when Pinecrest complains, there is sometimes the reaction that because it is largely an affluent community, that its residents can afford to connect themselves. And therefore, I believe it's important for us to ally with all of the other communities in Miami-Dade County that are not served. Many of those are not subject to that sort of sentiment. They are from what I will call recipient communities. And I think that a united front among all underserved communities will have a better chance of obtaining the relief that we're seeking, especially if we're doing so countywide. I've outlined several other parallel tracks that we may take. Some of these are small steps that may be helpful, but will not ultimately resolve the problem, including discussing the a change to the feasible distance to require more of the residents that are substantially redoing properties to connect if they are close enough to existing water lines. We've outlined several more arguments that we've used in the past. These arguments were not successful with Mayor Jimenez, or they were somewhat persuasive, but ultimately unsuccessful. However, as all of us have seen, we have essentially an entirely new slate. Majority of commissioners are now, or a plurality of commissioners are now new, essentially, if you include those that were elected to open seats, as well as Commissioner Eileen Higgins, who filled a partial term of the seat that was vacated by Commissioner Barrero, but is essentially fairly new. And we have a new mayor who sees things differently. We also have a new county attorney who is herself an expert in public finance and perhaps can be persuaded to read the restrictions on use of revenues from existing customers to expand the system to new customers in a different way, a way that we believe that there is substantial legal authority to support. So those are our primary goals with respect to the water issue. I've outlined a number of other issues that you've raised in the past with respect to our local legislative agenda. And I would welcome anyone on the call to supplement that with additional planks if there are other things that you want to pursue. I'm primarily concerned with those issues that were identified before, such as keeping the access to the bike path, the entire bike path open, having the county proceed with planned transportation improvements in the South Corridor, obtaining greater local control over permitting in the rights of way and for local roads, and our general environmental goals that we have had over the years. So anyway, that pertains largely to our, I guess, what we would call lobbying the county. If you'd like me to go into other aspects of our the legal department, I'm happy to do so. But my goal is and has always been finding ways to improve the value that we bring in terms of actual monetary value. We continue to be vigilant about going after opportunities to supplement villages' fiscal situation through collections and other opportunities, grants and opportunities to recoup our costs. I will also report that today is the deadline for FEMA to respond to our arbitration petition. We haven't received anything yet. We were hoping to receive something early, but if they don't respond today, I think that the arbitrators who already seem from our last meeting to be somewhat inclined in our direction would be compelled to probably to rule in our favor if there is no contrary response from FEMA.
Any questions for Mitch?
So I very much like the memo. I very much like the way it's laid out. I like the talking points are presented. I think we can communicate coherently. So the only thing that I would ask in a follow-up is that you meet with any of the council members who are so willing to participate in the active lobbying efforts detailed herein to talk to us about where we should start, to give us some advice about timeline or if there's any particular urgency on getting these conversations done. We can take that offline, of course, and some of us may be willing to be more active than others. And then I would follow up by saying that we are part of the PACE Green Energy Corridor, as most of you know. We have been for ongoing a decade or so. Pinecrest sits on the board, and I was contacted by PACE, well, I should say Y-Green, our providers, lobbyists, to let me know that there's now legislation that's being presented in Tallahassee to allow PACE funding to be used to connect both septic to sewer conversion in the case of septic failure, and to allow PACE funding to be the final the financing source for potable water connection. So the language in there originally only stated if that there was some sort of chemical contaminant of a well that caused a well to fail. But I've been working with the lobbyists to see whether we can include language that specifically allows for increased salinity to be something that triggers qualifying for PACE financing. So at the very least, it nibbles for the most vulnerable in the community who might have trouble with the last step of actually connecting their property either to a sewer system or a potable water system to take advantage of their home equity and then finance that over a certain number of years and pay it off on their property tax bill. So there is, I think, a growing consensus on the financing side at the state level that more finance tools are going to be required by local governments and by individuals in order to deal with the septic to sewer and the potable water issues in Florida. And I think there's an interesting consensus on the state side that septic to sewer conversion and access to potable water is an environmental issue in a way that had not been accepted before, and it was only being discussed as an infrastructure issue. And because I think it's now being perceived as an environmental issue and a sustainability issue, it gives more points of contact to be successful in lobbying.
I have two quick questions for Mitch, please. Mitch, the document is great. It was really well done, and I thank you for it. What is your general feeling in your meetings so far with officials in terms of this project? Are you getting any feedback as to how important it is to them to do it? You know, my bottom line concern is we have been asking the county for this for 20 plus years. And I'm just wondering, and I know it's new people and everything, but you know, my concern is it's not going to happen again. And I'm just wondering if you have any kind of sense of difference with the new people elected.
At this time, Councilmember Abbott, I don't, because we have not executed this plan in earnest. And I think that the critical path here, and when I was working with Yossi on this, she said it's very important to put this in critical path. We need to go back to all of the sort of explanatory materials that we've prepared before and adjust those. And that's our sort of education package, because as Councilmember Hockerman just pointed out.
Anna.
As Anna just pointed out.
Hokemer.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Didn't you guys watch that video series?
Hokemer.
I was actually stammering, not mispronouncing.
Sound mispronouncing to me.
As the gentlelady from Pinecrest just pointed out, the focus has changed slightly to frame this as somewhat of an environmental issue. We also believe there's a social equity issue, but in order to make that point, again, as I stated earlier, we need to ally with some of our other people who are similarly situated in terms of their lack of connectedness and are viewed as having less individual means to be able to fund the extension themselves. So that's, and I think it's important. For example, there's a good sized pod in Miami Gardens, which is Vice Chair Oliver Gilbert's district. And Oliver's quite aware of it because he was mayor of Miami Gardens before he was county commissioner. And so when we talked to him about it, he should have some familiarity with it, but he may not have thought of maybe if we do this as a countywide effort as part of our septic to sewer program, it will be more successful and we'll be able to fund this through. And again, if you fund it through a general obligation bond, then you don't even need to look at the restrictions, whether they're correct or not, that WASI and the county attorney have previously applied to special revenue bonds that are supported by the payments made by existing customers. So there are a number of things to look at. We're going to finalize, assuming everybody agrees that this is the right plan, and we're going to finalize our educational materials and then begin the process of reaching out to the other communities that are affected, and then begin the process of educating county commissioners who may not be aware of the whole picture of this, with an eye toward getting this, creating a sense of urgency to include this as part of any infrastructure plan to upgrade the sewer system.
If I can just interject, I would also mention, as you look at the suggested course of actions with regards to like what commissioners we're going to be meeting with and going in that direction, specifically if you have personal relationships with any of those, you should advise Mitch so that we can make sure that when we go in to do those presentations and those outreach efforts, that we tap into those personal relationships that you may have. He obviously has a lot of these relationships because he used to work at the county and he knows a lot of the people, staff wise, and also some of the commissioners because of his work as a city attorney for multiple jurisdictions. But it would be helpful if you have good relations with some of these folks that you advise, and we can go. I noted, Mitch, that you're not that in there, that you weren't looking at, is Pepe Diaz, and I'm sorry if, because I don't keep up with all these. Is Pepe Diaz still on the commission?
Pepe Diaz is the
chairman,
recently elected chairman of the county commission.
And why isn't he being targeted? Is it because
He is,
top,
but the issue was that if you approach it from the committees of reference, he's not on any committees because he's the chair. But it will be important in a parallel timeline to meet and discuss with Commissioner Diaz. In fact, that would determine which committee it goes to. In fact, he would have the authority to determine which committee any of this goes to for consideration. So that's that is essential. One of the things I would just say that just, for your information, we assembled this week a meeting of everyone in our firm who does a lot of interaction with Miami-Dade County Commission and started going through relationships. I think I advised Yossi, I may not have advised all of you, that we recently added Marlon Hill, who you just approved to be a special magistrate, but he's going to have to not take that because he's going to be joining our firm as an attorney. And that's just adds a whole additional layer of firepower when it comes to relationships with the county, especially not only the mayor and commissioners, but deep relationships with staff. And so we're gearing up to have, I think, some unprecedented access.
Yeah, let me just take a step back. I think that what we've done over the last 25 years is mainly try to get water out of the state of Florida, not Miami-Dade County. And this is a change in approach where we're really focusing on Miami-Dade County. Hasn't been productive. And we may have gone a couple of times to Mayor Jimenez or our former county commissioner, but those efforts were over with very quickly and didn't bear any fruit. And that's why a couple of years ago, we were waiting. We saw this change in the county commission coming up. We saw the change in the new mayor. We saw the plurality of commissioners that would be new, younger, with maybe a fresher perspective on the issue. And we've been working towards this moment ever since then, understanding that we may be able to have an impact here better than ever before. So I'm assuming, Mitch, what we're going to do is we're kind of almost going to try out the same arguments we used on Jimenez and the other guy, and see if they can think about it differently as they revisit it. What I'd like to do is maybe have a meeting amongst all of us to come up with a timeline and specific strategy for how they want to do it. Maybe make assignments, who needs to be there, who doesn't, get the talking points together, make sure everybody sticks to the party line, as it were, and we understand exactly how this is going to go down from this moment till the end. And I don't know when the appropriate time to do that is, but just make sure everyone on the council and staff here are completely in the loop and can play a role as much as they want to or need to.
Mr. Mayor, what we can do is Mitch and I can work on this document and now try to put it to a timeline and present it at the next council meeting of how we plan, like between this week and this week, we're going to be focusing on setting up meetings with different commissioners, like we can actually build it with, deliverables and that sort of thing. And hopefully we can.
And yeah, so as far as, are we going to meet with managers or mayors of other communities that have the same issues? Have we identified all of them already? Do we put that in place first? Then do we go to the county commissioners or their staffs as a group of the people with the need, or we'll just flesh out the exact details of how it will work, and then we'll make group assignments for how it should go down, and just make sure it's very methodical.
Right, because I think what we can do is it could be parallel kind of stuff. Like I could be meeting with the city managers, giving them a heads up for the cities that are partners, potential partner cities. So we can get that kind of ball rolling on the back end, and then take a more formal approach if you all want to do something. And actually, that's a good question, because Mitch and I kind of weren't sure because we recognize I can speak to the managers, but some of the council, it's not a strong mayor form of government. So how do we tackle bringing in the cities that we want to partner with? Should we provide draft resolutions to them that allow those cities to partner with us and take formal actions from the elected body so that the partnerships are more formalized? And Mitch and I were kind of trying to walk through how we might do that. So if you're
I agree. I think that's an
approach.
important aspect of how we put the plan together, and that's what we probably should meet on and spend a little bit more time. And my personal preference would be to reach out to the mayors and managers and have meetings with them, talk about the idea, see if they're interested. If there are, then we can do the resolutions, and we ought to know exactly how that's going to work before we even start. So we've got a plan together.
I think that the coalition building is a very useful first step. I think that we're still assembling educational materials to educate county commissioners, but I think we have enough that we can begin the process of assembling the coalition. I would just add that the coalition may include homeowners associations or just unorganized groups of homeowners that are outside of any municipality. I think it's useful to include homeowners associations within municipalities, but to the extent there are those in UMSA, we would want to include them as well, whether through their HOA or, if there is no HOA, through direct outreach if we can. And that's something that we can sort of consider how we do that with our own internal public relations staff. They may have some ideas about a direct campaign. I think the most useful visual for this would be a map, a county map that has the pockets identified and through color and the numbers of unconnected homeowners in each of those clusters.
And then I think an component of mapping this out systematically is also creating a consistent schedule of meetings that comes out, maybe even twice a month.
Keeps the ball rolling.
What staff and what elected officials and what Weiss Serena representatives are meeting with whom before those meetings take place, because I think many of us have relationships that might not be obvious. They might be social, they might be professional, they might be through other organizations that might piggyback on those meetings, even if we can't attend personally, with a phone call, with an email, with a text. And if we know those meetings are going to happen before they do, then we can plan to either be there in person or make sure we mention it when we run into them at a cocktail party, or send a text, or do a phone call, or, and keep this pressure coming from multiple points quite consistently.
Right, but I think that there has to be a plan, and we have to execute the plan.
As the plan stands.
Correct.
We're going up to Tallahassee on day days.
We've got an agenda, we've got a plan, and we get up there and everybody scatters with ideas in 17 different directions, and we end up talking about legalization of marijuana wasn't on the agenda, and we lost our, we look crazy. So gotta be a plan. Everybody's got to stick with the plan. Don't get off the reservation, right? And that means everybody's got to be baked into it. They know exactly what their role is. It can be whatever they want it to be, but execute like a football team.
Right. So again, look at the list of the people and just let us know who you have relationships with, and then we'll work out, that attack and how we're going to go. So if, the mayor's going to go to a meeting, that meeting's on such and such date, but we know that, Katie and Anna have a relationship with X person. Following that meeting, we'll send out a notice, and then you guys can send out emails, text messages, and just, like double whammy hit, and we'll just coordinate that whole effect. We just need to know who knows who. Okay.
Shannon, you got anything?
No, I'm good.
Doug?
Thank you.
Doug is not on the call. He asked me to let him know when we're going to do the review of the strategic plan, like the actual discussion items, that he would jump back on the call. So the presentation part of it, he said to hold off, that he'll skip that and just wait till we get into discussion.
I do have one quick question. Did we
Okay.
ever get I know we expressed a preference to hold all questions to the end, but did we ever hear any response to the federal grants that we had submitted?
So one of them is already, they said no. We still have one that's in the mix. Ironically, the one that we said that they already told us no on was one that was submitted after the first one, which we're yet to get a response on. And we've been trying to find out, who's going to give us when an answer. But based on the denial of the one that we just got, I'm not hopeful.
Not optimistic.
Mm-mm. So it just doesn't look like it's going to get any traction. So it was always a Hail Mary kind of idea. So I'm not shocked, but it was worth the try.
Worst effort was the one you never made.
Exactly. Okay, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Parks and Recreation. Guido, can you let Rob in the call? Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Rob, remember to go live with your video if you can hear me.
There we go.
There you
All
go.
right. Good morning, everyone. Let me just make sure this is on screen share. And get this right up. And can you see my screen? Is that showing proper?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess good morning. And before we get started on that, I wanted to set my timer, 5 minutes. Here we go. That's my goal. I really wanted to start out with organizational excellence and acknowledge our greatest resource right now is our staff. I think that we hear a lot of our essential employees, and a lot of times that's law enforcement. It's all of our first responders, doctors, even our people at the supermarkets. But I want to just acknowledge the staff that we have and acknowledge that they've been through this pandemic on the ground since day one, interacting with our community, interacting with every single person that comes into these parks day in and day out. And I'm really proud of them. And I think that we would not have been able to be successful, and I'll show you why later in this, but we would not have been able to be successful without them and all the hard work they put into making sure the parks and the programs and the facilities are up to the standards that Pinecrest expects. So to that, I'm really proud of them and hope that you had a really good experience with them. As far as this year goes, obviously COVID's affected everyone. And I think more so in Parks and Rec than a lot of other places, because every single time there was a new executive order, or every single time the numbers rose or went down, we had to change the way we thought. We had to reinvent the way that we were running our programs. And whether we had to wear masks, whether we had to close the facilities, whether we had to limit the number of people who were in a certain area, we've done everything that we could to reinvent ourselves over and over again, having virtual classes, hybrid in-person virtual classes, It's been a really exciting, a really trying time for all of us. But I think it's important to know where we've come from. As hard as COVID has been for us this year, we've come and brought, there's going to be a lot of really great things that came out of it from a Parks and Rec standpoint. Our staff were really pressed to the limits with the ingenuity this year, and we now have drive-in movies. We have movies on the lawn. We have programs that I think are going to stay virtual and in person. And so from our recreation, from our infrastructure, we've been able to grow the offerings that we didn't even think we had at our hands a year before. So we're glad for that. But again, it's been pretty trying. But with all of that said, we are very proud of this fact right here. And I think it's really important to note that in the Parks and Recreation Department, there have been 0 COVID cases. There have been 0 staff. There have been 0 participants in everything that we've done. Our staff have taken the cause of making sure the village is safe and making sure that the programs and the facilities that we run are up to the standards to keep beyond anything that the county has required us to do. And it's shown in everything. It's shown in the interactions we have with our community, and in the gym specifically. The number of trainers and people that come into that facility have commented a number of times about how happy they are about what the staff do and how they keep that going. And to the point of essential personnel, the only other point I wanted to make was just keeping in mind that when things go down, when schools close, when people need things, they always look to the parks, and our park staff are here, and we're happy to be here, and we look forward to being that entity that people can rely on. So from an infrastructure standpoint, it's really important for me to make sure that everybody understands what our staff have been doing over the past year to make sure that our facilities and our village has these opportunities to grow and continue to maintain some normalcy in their lives. So with that said, we get to our financials. The financials are, obviously they're not as good as they have been in the past, but I did a comparison over across the nation, and the National Recreation and Parks Association does an annual survey every single year. And most of the time that survey is right around 25% that parks and recreation agencies are receiving revenues outside of the tax sources. In 2020, we were still bringing in about 45% of our revenue that did not come from taxes. So from all of our programs and memberships and rentals and things like that. That 45% mark still put us above at the 25 percentile mark of revenue producing agencies across the nation. And before that, obviously before COVID, we were running at 72% of our revenue sources coming from non-tax base. So we're excited about that. And what's exciting for us about doing that is that 45% this year we're actually running at 49% as of December 31st. This does not include facility rentals that we also rely on heavily for our revenue. So once we're able to start opening up our facilities for more birthday parties and things like that, our revenue source is going to jump dramatically once again. And I think roughly to probably right around the 60% mark when we start running at a regular rate again. So we're moving forward. We were thinking this was a little bit more dismal than before, but I think we're doing pretty well when it comes to our revenue sources and what's available right now. And when compared to the nation, I think we're doing very well, especially during a pandemic like this.
I just want to jump in. This goes to tie it to our goals and objectives. It goes to the objective that council has, that we close the financial gap between what the taxpayers have to subsidize in both parks and Pinecrest Gardens. So that whole discussion is really related to that particular goal.
Sorry, I didn't mention that. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. And facility, recreation, and infrastructure. 2 big things this year. One obviously is the development of Pawcrest Park. That park has seen a tremendous amount of activity, and we're really really glad for what's happened in there, and it surpassed anything that we thought was the amount of use that it was gonna get. We've had people come and do random meetups now. We did this just past weekend. There was a group that came in, randomly decided to meet, and we had almost 20 to 25 people hanging around in there. We're looking at that as sources again for closing some of the financial gap that we have, but also introducing new programs and activities for just for cultural experiences and recreational opportunities in the village. So as we continue to develop more programs, you might start seeing things like a bark and brew, bring your dogs and drink some beer, things like that in there, as well as some training opportunities. Coral Pine Park has outproduced everything that we've ever had in the past. One thing that I don't know if COVID just brought more people out into the parks, into tennis specifically, because it was one of the only things open, but it was, we've received the most revenue we've ever received from our tennis facility. And it's still, even without the facility rentals of almost $60,000, we're still running a surplus in that park right now because of it. So I know that there's been discussion a little bit in the past, and please, village manager can bring to light a little bit more of this, but we would obviously welcome additional courts if there's ever an opportunity there or elsewhere for things like that, because I know the community would jump on that. And then lastly, with Coral Pine Park, there's also opportunity if there was ever a second dog park coming into the area to expand upon our facilities in there to the fire break area would be the right location for something of that nature. Next, real quick, is obviously our excellence. We are on board for the accreditation process. Our virtual visit, it was supposed to be on site, but the accreditation team has once again decided that they're not going to do in-person visits. So everything will be virtual this year. July 12th to the 16th is our scheduled visitation date. The council will review everything, and then in September at the National Recreation Park Association annual conference, the committee will make a determination of whether or not we actually receive the accreditation or not. So
our department has never been accredited, so this goes to the organizational goal of organizational excellence. As you know, we have obviously other departments that are accredited, so this is the first time that the Parks and Recreation Department is seeking national accreditation.
Yeah, and the master plan development is actually one of the things that is going to be a major deciding factor. And so the fact that we were able to move forward with the comprehensive master plan will make this much more of a reality now. And then just looking to the future, there's just a few things. We don't have any earth-shattering policies to go over looking to the future. The rental fees, now that we've renovated a number of our facilities, and including coming up with Coral Pine Park, the renovation that's going to happen there with the multipurpose room, we need to relook at our rental fees, and council will need to decide if they wanted to keep the current fees or move them. Last time they were taken care of or adjusted was in 2013. The big policy change that we're going to have after is going to come from the Comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan. It's currently being reviewed. The RFPs are in, and it's being reviewed by the selection committee, and will be given to the council. Recommendations will be given to the council shortly, and upon approval, it should be completed in 2021, I believe by December. And then from there, it'll really address our strategic goals and plans moving forward for 2022. The other obviously big development is the Palermo property, which the village manager and I have had some discussion on, and really looking at what we've been doing so far and the facilities and infrastructure that we have. We've started to develop new programs and develop new relationships with organizations that are helping us with pickleball, helping us with futsal, and helping us with a few different programs that haven't fit in any of our other parks before. So as we're coming together to see what the community would like to do with a property like that, I think we've got opportunity to create new program opportunities for the residents that we don't have at any of our other parks right now. And I think very quickly, the very last thing that we're going to be looking to do is really just building up our infrastructure, our program infrastructure with finances and participants to bring us back to where we were in 2019. We were on right before COVID hit. We were still on the verge of having another banner year. And I think with everything that we've been able to sustain throughout COVID, people trust us. They know where we're going, and they're happy to be part of our program. So I think we'll sustain that very well and be back to a pretty close to revenue neutral department quickly.
I just want to jump in real quick on the Palermo property issue. Just want to kind of double back on what's going to happen with that property and from an initial purchasing of that property. We don't anticipate that we will know exactly what facilities will or will not be going on that property. So I don't want to kind of jump ahead of that master planning process that would follow a procurement if the council moves forward with the option to purchase that property. So for now, the intent is to preserve green space based on our bonding capacity and the timing of all those things and what it would cost likely to develop that property. I don't anticipate that we would be doing any type of construction there for at least the next 2 years. So a lot of the master planning efforts, the allowing input from the residents that live near that area to what amenities finally make their way into anything that would happen on that property would, we have plenty of time. There's no hurry. And if we can get some of that decided, let's say over the next course of the next year, then we can pursue grants and such to augment any bonding that we might need to do to actually build out that facility.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, Robert? Did you have anything else you wanted to add to your presentation?
No, I tried to limit the number of times I said exciting.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you're not as excited this year as in past years.
Internally, I am.
Okay.
But, trying to use other words now, expand my vocabulary.
Good. All right. Thank you. Any questions for Rob on the Parks and Recreation presentation? No. Okay. We're good. Next up is Alana. Hey there.
There we go. Hi, everyone.
Did you want me to do your presentation or do you want to do it?
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick to not burden you with that. How is that?
Yeah, we're on it.
We're on it. Excellent. All right.
You just click on the bottom. So it's like the presentation view. Go to the right. Go to your right, go to your right, go to your right, go to your right, down, keep going a little bit to the left, 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 a little bit to the left. There, click, not on that one, the one before that one. There, that one.
Am I a moron? Yes. Oh,
there you go.
Oh, that, how do I change the slide then?
You just click.
Just like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Cordino, council members, and Madam Manager. What we have learned this year is when the world hands you a lemon, we make yourself a tall glass of lemonade. This has been a year of challenges, but I hope to show you how we as a department have been able to meet the challenges and enjoy some small successes in spite of the COVID pandemic as we look forward to a new and better year to come. Horticulture, I think, speaks to environmental sustainability and park infrastructure. Horticulture has been a bright spot in a year of frustrations. In anticipation of the Upper Garden project, we accelerated irrigation improvements. We are making improvements to the nursery, and we have made excellent progress on our master plan. Looking forward to next year, We will continue with pump and irrigation infrastructure upgrades, continue improvements for our nursery, and really focus on bringing the beauty and color of exotics back to the garden. Education became a key focus during the pandemic year. We focused our attention to revenue building third-party programming and enjoyed some welcome successes in spite of the class size limitations. Through these programs, we expanded our usual class demographics, bringing preschoolers and senior adults into the fold. Currently, as we are preparing for next year, our focus has turned to surveys to gauge the success of current programs, so we program more effectively next year when education will become our key focus at Pinecrest Gardens. This will begin with a 5-year educational strategic plan. With the Inspiration Center opening, smart, relevant programming will be key to its success. Additionally, we are expanding senior adult programming in the new Learning Garden, new workshops held after hours and weekends, new exciting field trips incorporating animal encounters and learning opportunities in the new zoo. The curriculum will really ramp up our weekday field trip attendance. Moving on to culture. We began the year with such optimism because the demand for outside Banyan-Bowl rentals had significantly increased, giving us a serious revenue stream without the risk of having to sell tickets. Sadly, with the pandemic, this was short-lived as the lights went out on Broadway and theaters across the globe turned dark. So we turned our attention elsewhere, making sure that the Monroe exhibit would really make a splash with the fine art community. We are already being considered for a VIP Art Basel excursion on December 2nd this year, a first for us, and we are really excited by this prospect. Regarding jazz, we are taking our subscription prices way up, and we are still predicting that our concerts will be sold out. The real opportunity lies again with our Inspiration Center. With a true evening rehearsal space, we can actually contemplate bringing a theater repertory company to the Banyan-Bowl and expanding on student music programs like She Jazz and after-school music lessons, both group and private. And just to highlight, all of this will be inside with true consideration to our neighbors' being. Don't think just because we've been busy, we've been missing out on programming at the gardens, and this I believe speaks to residential community enhancement. Yossi, would you agree this is community enhancement? We've considered this an opportune year. It's a year of the pandemic when traffic and programs have slowed down so significantly, but we've been able to ramp up our schedule for capital improvements. It just worked out to our advantage. We've been able to ramp up our schedule of capital improvements, most of which will be done by the start of the new fiscal year. We are also hoping to take our governor's veto of historic grants this past year and turn it around for next year, allowing us to complete the terrace mosaic renovation project. But beyond construction, the pandemic has forced us to think out of the box and inspire us to get pretty creative with programs that are safe, secure, yet keep the fires burning and the gardens top of mind. We have gone virtual, making possible the continuation of our renowned Fine Arts Festival, our environmental art contest, workshops, horticultural watch parties, and more. We reinvented Nights of Lights, turning an 18 event, evening event into a 38 evening event, and it worked. We are postponing Bunnies this year and replacing it with a smaller Star Wars event, keeping the excitement level up, but downsizing the audience. And our biggest success story, hands down, Jazz Aid Live. We secured $150,000 in revenues and introduced the world to the Banyan Bowl through the magic of world-class television production and a monumental effort from our communications department to get the word out across the United States, Europe, Australia, Canada, the Caribbean, and yes, even South Florida too. Our Banyan Bowl concerts are now known across the globe. And on the subject of reinventing itself, how about our farmers market, foot traffic to drive-through? This has been a valiant effort, but we also feel, in spite of all of the hard work, that we need to start thinking about how and when we transition back to a regular market while keeping our patrons and vendors safe. We have given this a great deal of thought, and we have a plan, as you can see. So when it is safe to go to foot traffic again, when we see less than a consistent 5% positivity rate, and the vaccine, our vaccines are more readily available, we will be ready with safety top of mind. I believe our farmers market speaks to residential character and community enhancement. So now looking forward, what exciting plans do we have in store for next year? Wow. Friends of Pinecrest Gardens, our new nonprofit, in grants and funding opportunities alone can bring a potential $175,000 of new money that we could not previously tap into. Museum accreditation? Yes, we are applying for museum accreditation through the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And why? Because the IMLS awarded $223,500,000 through grant making, research, and policy development last year. This is an initiative that will take us about 2 years to go through the process, but when it's done, my gosh, it'll be well worth the effort and should pay off really generously in the long run. Our Inspiration Center must be programmed with a focus on special needs programs, senior adult programs, after school programs, and bringing a bona fide music conservatory to the village of Pinecrest. We need to ramp up our corporate meeting and retreat bookings to bring revenues to the gardens during Monday through Friday, daytime downtimes, and getting a corporate membership program up and running. Finally, as we complete our Upper Garden project, we know that field trips will blossom, given the expansion of our sensory and learning garden and our educationally oriented zoo. And we can't forget Cypress Hall. Where do we go from here? Well, unfortunately, the Harvest Project fell short of expectations. However, we have been able to salvage a part of the one successful program it had, the coffee bar. We are now hoping to build the Cypress Cafe into a preferred coffee venue and perhaps eventually, with an expanded kitchen, introduce a limited breakfast and lunch menu. Cypress Hall is a treasure, a valued community asset, and we need to nurture it back to its former status of being the most beloved and recognized cafe for Sunday brunch that it was during the time of Parrot Jungle. Perhaps this is a direction we can aspire to achieve. And finally, let me conclude with some eye charts. In the first 5 months, and this speaks to financial stability, in the first 5 months of the fiscal year, we were on our way to reducing the gap between expenses and revenues, a jump in revenues that could and should have been made this extraordinary year. But even with COVID, our hard work and focus has paid off. Even Nights of Light showed increases in attendance and revenues we could never have predicted, which leads us to believe with all of our hearts that there are better days ahead. And thank you all. Any questions?
If there are no questions from council, just want to kind of wrap up her presentation by mentioning that we understand that this coming year with the bond issuance and then all the construction that's going to be happening there, that there's really going to be limited ability to expand some of the programs initially until these facilities are all built out, and then we're ready to kind of roll back and get back into money making mentality. So the one place that we're gonna try to preserve and focus energies is in the Cypress Hall, just trying to, as the pandemic, wraps up, hopefully we can try to bring it back into being more of a community room and a community space, keep it going with programs that we're going to be doing through third-party vendors, the same way we program other spaces. But we'll have complete control over it, as opposed to the partnership we had with Harvest Project, which sometimes was, a contentious situation. So by us controlling that, we've brought the coffee operations in-house already. That was the one for-profit or profitable aspect of the business plan that the Harvest Project had. So we're pretty comfortable that the traffic and the sales in that will more than pay for the staff that we brought on board to do the coffee. So it should be a revenue producer. And then as we've brought in some croissants, some muffins, little things that we can do without taking on a lot of costs, inventory costs. And so we'll take little nibble steps in expanding that little cafe until we have something more substantial with, the improvements to the expanded storage space and the kitchen space. Okay. Any questions of Alana at this point?
Just real quick, when is that light show starting?
Light show, actually, Bruce arrives probably the very end of November. His crew will come in and begins installation, I would say, by late October. We have our soft opening, which will be our VIP experience with Art Basel. And this, I can't emphasize enough how remarkable this is, because they are very, very limited on who they reach out to do VIP experiences off campus. And this is already well in the works. The VIP head of department of Art Basel Miami Beach has been in touch with me several times. She, in fact, knows Pinecrest very well. She raised her family here. And we are moving forward. Paperwork needs to be done by July. But the actual event, the hard opening, will probably be December 3rd or 4th.
Guido, we lost Shannon. I don't know if she just had bad connection. Just want to let you know in case she tries to get back in. Any other questions?
Guido's face and Guido on video. I got double Guido. Oh, he's the host. I see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Got it.
Any other questions for Alana?
And the grants you're working with, I just to reconfirm, you're working directly with Representative Alupis in his office on the
$500,000 grant.
Okay.
Yes, this is the one that Governor DeSantis nixed. And what we are hoping to accomplish through our relationship with Mr. Alupis is to be able to get back in the queue. We actually made the cut.
Mm-hmm.
We were given that money. We had it in our pocket until it was vetoed. So what we want to do is avoid the whole process of going through the application process again, and just end up back in line where we were to get the $500,000 on the next award.
If we're not successful, we're going to go ahead and do the grant process and application. It'll just not coincide with in a perfect world, we would be able to do all this at the same time as the Upper Garden project. But depending on how this plays out, that may not be the case. But regardless, it's something we have to do long term for the structure.
Great.
Okay. All right. Guido, did you want me to check with Ms. Del Prado to see? I know she's in one of the offices down here, if she's having technical difficulties, or is she trying to get back on? All right. Next one up is, we're not going to do anything with human resources because that's just a support department. So we have PD coming on. I'm just going to step outside real quick while Jason gets on board to check on Ms. Del Prado.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Oh.
Mayor, council members, manager stepped out. Mitch and Guido, how y'all doing this morning?
All is well, Chief. How's it going with you? Keeping safe?
Excellent. Yes, thank you.
Good.
So as you heard, Deputy Chief Cohen is also on the Zoom call today, and he will be doing the presentation for the PD. As some of you have already noticed, Deputy Chief Cohen has been playing a very prominent role in the PD, and many of you have been dealing with him directly on matters that would ordinarily be addressed by myself during the past few months. This has been deliberate and very purposeful because I plan to retire July 1st, 2021 after 42 years of law enforcement.
Congratulations, Chief. Well deserved.
Thank you. So now it's
where's the party and how do we get in?
I don't know about that, but perhaps Jason can fill you in later on that. But anyway, I've always considered that it's a failure of leadership when a police chief retires and leaves nobody ready to assume his position. And it's my hope that at the end of the Deputy Chief's presentation, that you will agree with me that what I call the Pinecrest Police Experiment, which had its many skeptics, over 20 years ago, has been and will continue to be a resounding success. So I'll go ahead and turn it over now to Deputy Chief Jason Cohen, and I'll answer any questions if you have any at the end of the presentation. Jason?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to share my screen now. So let me. Can everybody see that okay? Okay. As most people have mentioned today in every department, 2020 was a challenging year for everybody. It's not changing. Okay, there we go. COVID-19 obviously altered everyone's way of living, and it brought responsibilities never before seen by the local police departments. In the early days of the pandemic, local emergency orders were issued with the goal being to slow the spread of COVID. Our police and our code enforcement were tasked with ensuring compliance with the various emergency orders. On several occasions, police and code enforcement teamed up, going business to business, conducting inspections and making sure that our local businesses were abiding by all the orders. As the orders changed, and they changed very often, we had to relearn what the new order said and then go back out again and make sure that our local businesses were compliant. I'm happy to say that for the most part, our businesses were compliant. Very few issues, and any issues that we saw were able to be addressed immediately. In addition to the new task of emergency order compliance, the police department still had to focus on its primary mission of keeping Pinecrest safe. Our residential burglaries, which is to us our most serious type of crime, were at our second lowest level in our history. This graph represents the last 10 years, and it shows that the overall trend remains downward. Vehicle burglaries as well were at our second lowest level in our history and over the last 10 years. Again, the last 2 years represent the lowest 2 years of vehicle burglaries in our history. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about auto thefts. Auto thefts in 2020 represented the most serious increase of any crime in the village. It's not changing. Give me 1 second here. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Criminal rings out of Broward County were believed to be responsible for our upward trend in auto thefts. An analysis of our incidents revealed that out of the 49 cases of cars stolen or attempted to be stolen in the village, 2 of them were obtained by fraudulent means at one of our local dealerships. 3 of them were just attempts where the offenders were unable to actually take the vehicle because the doors were locked, and I'll get back to that in a minute. And of the remaining 44 cases, 36 of them were confirmed by the owners that they had left the vehicle unlocked with the keys in the car. 6 of the cases, the owner could not confirm they were unlocked, but they could not find their secondary key, and it is presumed to have been left in the car. So that means 42 of the 44 cases where a car was actually taken from the driveway of a residence, the key was either in the car or presumed to be in the car, and the car was unlocked. The reason for the cars being unlocked is because on modern vehicles that have the push to start functionality, if the key is in the car cannot be locked. Some luxury makes and models like Mercedes and Land Rovers actually have a convenience feature where the side view mirrors will rotate inwards when the car is locked. Unfortunately, this convenience feature has also become a tell to the would-be criminal. They can see from the street if the mirrors are in the extended position that the car is unlocked. And the reason the car is unlocked is usually because the key is somewhere in the car, preventing it from becoming locked. The simple act of locking your vehicles can actually bring this number to almost 0. Only 2 cases out of all of our cases, the owners swore to us that they had both of their keys and their car was locked. So to combat this trend of auto theft, the police department initiated 2 programs. One was our Lock It or Lose It education campaign, and the second was an enforcement detail appropriately codenamed Operation Key Fob. Lock It or Lose It was our educational campaign that strived to get the message out to our residents about the importance of ensuring that they remove their keys and lock their cars. An aggressive social media messaging was put out via our social media platforms, and our officers also went door to door, handing out the door hangers you see on your screen there. We gave out over 3,000 of these door hangers. In the coming weeks, the sign that you see on the left side of your screen will be installed on some of our crime neighborhood watch poles, which basically we're going to put out there as a constant reminder to our residents that they need to lock their cars and remove their keys. I plan to highlight one of our success stories of Operation Key Fob, but in the interest of time, I just want to say that we were able to make an arrest in late December when one of our residents heard someone out in their front yard, saw that they were trying to steal the car, called us. Our officers working Operation Key Fob were able to immediately respond. The vehicle fled, and in a nutshell, it ended up crashing into one of our patrol cars that was also responding to the incident. The 3 subjects ran. One was quickly caught in a nearby yard. The other 2 were actually caught as they tried to get away because ordering a Lyft vehicle. And in that same 24-hour period, another car that was reported stolen out of Pinecrest the same night as this incident was stopped in Broward County, and 3 occupants were also arrested, making that a total of 6 arrests within a 24-hour span. And that severely crippled their operation, and the frequency of car thefts went down dramatically. However, beginning of January, beginning of this month, we did have 1 car theft to date. And again, key was left in the car and the vehicle was unlocked. So our education campaign to get this message out will continue. Advanced crisis intervention training. Since 2006, all Pinecrest officers receive initial crisis intervention team training within the first year of their hire. CIT training teaches the officer to recognize when a person may be in crisis due to mental illness and not necessarily criminal action. It provides skills such as de-escalation techniques to gain compliance, with the goal being to reduce the need to resort to force. To my knowledge, we're the only local agency that certifies all of our officers in CIT and not just a select team. To further our commitment to our officers properly being trained to deal with mental illness, we plan to, in this coming year, send all of our officers through an advanced crisis intervention training. Unfortunately, the classes were canceled due to the pandemic, but they are expected to start back up in some virtual form in March of this year.
And this particular, just to chime in, initiative is something that came about after discussions that council had with staff and the command staff regarding the incidents that surrounded the George Floyd murder. So we definitely wanted to kind of highlight the fact that we're going to be doing something to take an added step to educate our officers.
That is correct. A lot of what's taught in this crisis intervention training, de-escalation, stuff like that, can be really applied in any situation and not just dealing with mental illness. So it's a really great training, and it's really beneficial to our community that all of our officers go through it. So moving on from there, our K-9 officer, I wanted to talk a little bit about our K-9 program. In October of this year, our K-9 Mays was retired as a police working dog. He was in service for almost 6 years. So today we're asking the council's opinion and input on if you'd like to see the program continue. Some of the pros to having our own K-9 is obviously if there is an incident that requires a K-9 dog, we don't have to depend on other agencies. It's job enrichment for some of our officers, gives them something else to do. Being a small agency, there's not always a lot of opportunity here. And it's also a great PR tool and community relations tool. I will say that over the 6-year work span of Mays, the dog you see in the picture, he was used for more community engagement and PR than he was for actual need for police work. So I want to get the feel from council on whether you'd like that program to continue, but we could talk about that at the end of the presentation, unless you want me to hold here.
That's fine. Just we'll hold comments to after the presentation on that. Just want to put that on the radar.
Okay, federal task force officer. From 2014 to 2019, we did have an officer detached full-time to a federal task force. He left the task force because he wanted to seek promotion within the agency and is currently one of our shift sergeants. At about the same time of his task force departure, the federal guidelines on how you share forfeited funds and how they're managed changed significantly. We no longer are able to receive the funds directly. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office has been designated as the lead agency and the fiduciary for the money that goes into the forfeited funds. The new rules don't allow for the agencies to directly receive the funds. We have to put our requests in through the Monroe County Sheriff's Office for any expenditures we would want. It has to go through their approval process, and whatever property is purchased or equipment is purchased actually remains the property of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and has to be used for task force reasons only. Due to these changes, we really feel that moving forward, it's no longer as beneficial to the agency to have someone full-time detached to the task force. In my discussion with Sergeant Artola, who was our task force officer, because of the contacts he made in the 5 years that he was in the task force, they have still committed to give us resources and help us out if the need arises. So it's our opinion that it's more important for that person to be here within the village than detached. Technology initiatives moving forward. We're going to be partnering with the Ring Corporation to have access to their law enforcement portal. What that does is it allows us to directly request and share video captured by Ring devices in our community. This program is an opt-in program by the Ring customers, meaning that residents in our community that have Ring devices would be notified that we are part of this, and then they decide whether they'd like to share their videos with us or not. It is not something that we can go through the back door and get without them knowing. It is completely an opt-in program. Right now, we did fill out the application and we're just waiting for the review and the training from Ring. Also, our ALPR, Automated License Plate Reader program, just started phase 2. The phase 2 we project to be complete by the end of this calendar year. Phase 2 will add another 4 intersections with LPR cameras, with our ultimate goal of completing the 3rd phase, which is the final phase of the LPRs, in calendar year 2022. Upon completion of all 3 phases, there will be 12 total intersections throughout the village, some on the perimeter, some within the interior, that will be covered with ALPR cameras. I would like to take a quick minute to highlight 2 very big success stories with the ALPRs. The investment in this technology paid off. At the beginning of last year, a stolen car entered the village at 120th Street and 82nd Avenue, where one of her LPR cameras are. It alerts our dispatch that the car did enter the village. Dispatch puts out the alert to our officers. They were able to find the vehicle in the southeast section of the village. They did attempt to stop it. It did flee from us. We called off the pursuit when we saw that the pursuit was getting too dangerous and the risks outweighed the rewards of continuing the pursuit. However, what we did manage to do was whatever they were here to do that night, we scared them off and hopefully they can come back. The second incident I want to highlight has to do with a crime against a person. Historically, crimes against persons in the village are few and far between. This past October, we had a rather serious crime against one of our residents. A female in her 30s was out riding her bike on 67th Avenue when a Jaguar pulled off the road ahead of her path. The driver exited the Jaguar, inappropriately grabbed her and tried to pull her into his vehicle. She managed to scream, alerting a nearby resident, and the scream also caused the offender to release his grasp and run back to his car. He took off down 67th Avenue. The offender was able to give us a description, the victim was able to give us a description of the vehicle as well as the offender, and our crime analyst went to work searching through the data on our LPR system. We do have a camera at 67th Avenue and Kendall Drive. The LPR system revealed that approximately 9 minutes before the incident, a car matching the description did enter the village at that intersection. The LPR gives us a snapshot of the vehicle with the alphanumeric characters of the license tag. Our analyst ran the tag and it came back to a female, and our subject was a male. Using the address associated with the tag, she was able to find a male subject who also resided at the same residence, and he matched the general description of our offender. Our detectives showed our victim a photo lineup. She was able to positively identify him, and within 24 hours of the incident being reported, the subject was in custody. His past revealed that he had a history of similar type crimes several years ago. That alone, I think, is worth the investment of the LPRs. That was a serious crime that without the LPR technology would probably remain unsolved at this time. Over the past year, the police department has also greatly increased our social media presence. Our crime analyst has been assigned to work with the communications department of the village to create posts that are of interest to the community, showcase the police department, as well as using our various social media platforms to get our crime prevention messaging out to the public. We also continue to use the Safer Watch app as a platform to push vital information to the community, as well as allow the community to report anything they choose to us directly through the app. I'll talk a little bit about Neighborhood Crime Watch. As you all are probably aware, we have a very extensive Neighborhood Crime Watch program here in the village. Prior to the pandemic, we had 34 active Crime Watch groups. Unfortunately, the pandemic kind of slowed our ability to add new groups on, as we were not able to have our traditional block parties due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Late last year, there was some more expressed interest in some groups that are not currently part of an established Crime Watch to create their own. So we will be working with those neighborhoods, even if we have to do it virtually at this time, to further their success in creating a new Crime Watch group. I also want to highlight our accreditation. In 2020, our police department was reaccredited by the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, which is the National Accreditation Program, CALIA. Our state accreditation program, CFA, we were also reaccredited in 2020. We received the Meritorious Award in Advanced Accreditation with CALIA, and we received the Excelsior Award for accreditation with CFA. And what that means is it represents 15 years of consecutive accreditation with both accreditation bodies. In 2021, this coming October, we will be visited by assessors from the Florida Telecommunications Accreditation Commission, which is the accreditation of our 911 PSAP. It will be our first reaccreditation, as our initial accreditation for that program was in 2018. We are the only agency in Miami-Dade County to hold accreditations from these 3 accreditation bodies. Accreditation is an ever-changing and ongoing process that ensures that our policies and procedures remain up to date with the best practices in the industry. As you saw over the last year, the social justice movement and issues with police was a very hot topic in the country. Accreditation, the accreditation commissions have seen that, and they have adjusted their standards to better fall in line with some of the subjects that have come out of it. Some of the things we've already been doing, some of the things will be new, but overall, agencies that are accredited by following the accreditation standards, it ensures that we keep up with the times and make sure our policies are sound. In conclusion, while definitely a challenging year because of the pandemic, I'm happy to report that our overall uniform crime report for 2020 was the second lowest in our history. If you see the chart from 1998, when the department started our full year of keeping statistics through 2020, we've greater than halved our number of reported UCR crimes. So the Pinecrest experiment that the chief spoke of, just from this chart alone, was a very successful experiment. Looking forward, we plan to continue our well-established commitment to excellence while also evaluating the current department structure to determine if there are any areas that we believe should be modified or restructured to increase our efficiency, our service, and our overall operations of the police department. Thank you.
Excellent.
Chief, did you have anything you wanted to add to the discussion? You can stop sharing screen, Jason.
No, I think Jason did a very good job. It was an excellent presentation on his part. The decision on who my successor will be is totally up to the manager. But what I will say is that I know all the chiefs in Miami-Dade County, and I frequently, in fact, every year I attended the Florida Police Chiefs Conference, and I don't know of a single individual that can do as good or a better job than Jason. He's from this community. He went to all the Gulliver schools. He is smarter than me, and I've done everything that I could to help mentor him, and he has exceeded even my expectations, and I have really high standards.
Thank you, Chief.
So I don't know, because I did step out earlier. Chief, did you advise the council of your impending retirement?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I had asked him to make his official, even though I've known about it for a couple of years come in the making. And officially, yes, I will confirm that Jason will be the next chief of police for the village. And we hope to make other promotions within the department as we move forward. So we are working on the transition. It's happening already. If you haven't noticed, yes, Jason has been pretty much up front and center in trying to raise his himself in the community and just awareness that he's going to be the new chief. So hopefully that transition will be smooth. I'm confident that it will be. So, and I want to officially thank the chief on behalf of the village for all his service. It's like every time we lose somebody that's been with us for a while, it's bittersweet. And especially for me, because he's been a friend. And so I just want to thank him for everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chief and Jason, congratulations to both of you. We couldn't be more proud of you all as individuals and the entire department. It's certainly a great source of pride for not only us on the council, but the community in general, all pulling together in one direction. So thanks again. It's tremendous.
And he leaves me with something that I'll keep forever in my career. Focus on the mission.
Correct.
And never get sucked into all the outside forces that sometimes pull our attention away from our mission. So thank you, Chief.
Welcome.
Real quick, I would like to thank the manager for her confidence in me. Growing up, as the chief said, in this area, I mean, I grew up in the house that my mother still lives in, which is right by the falls, technically on the other side of US 1, so not in Pinecrest, but this was my stomping ground growing up. I was a Gulliver grad through my whole elementary and high school years. So coming back to this community, I started here just about in the first year that the village started, have been here. It'll be 23 years in March. It is a great honor for me, truly a hometown kid, to then take the helm of this department when the chief retires. So I'm very humbled by that and honored. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any
And-
questions
and
for
Ms.
PD?
If I could add, I always like to add a little historical footnote, whereas the Chief Ceballos was the first chief promoted for within the department, Deputy Chief Cohen will become the first chief to actually rise through all the ranks of our department, starting as an officer all the way to the chief. So it's a tremendous accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can I ask 2 quick questions?
Sure.
First, congratulations. That's so exciting. And a party, as Anna suggested, is definitely in order when it's safe for your retirement. Is the 911 text finally approved by the county, or is that still outstanding?
No, they have not gone live yet. They are in the process of a equipment upgrade over at the county that took a lot longer than they anticipated. So we're still waiting.
Because that's been like years.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the crime watch groups, just as a captain, I know how important it is for our residents to get updates. Would you guys consider doing maybe virtual events for our groups and just giving our group an update? What you just presented to us, all the stats and things
Sure.
they can do.
Absolutely. I'll get with Sergeant Cruz and Sergeant Gorsline, and we can come up with a schedule. I'll have him put out to all the groups. So to whoever's interested, we can do it as one big meeting with all the groups on Zoom, or we can do it individually. We can discuss that offline, but yeah, absolutely. We could definitely do that.
All right, thanks.
And if I can make a suggestion, looking forward in terms of strategic communications, Operation Key Fob is fantastic, but one of the things that I've been noticing is that increasingly I'm seeing that property crimes, small property crimes, petty crimes in Pinecrest are being broadcast on social media networks without actually being reported to the police department. So people are aware that someone was in their yard through Ring or some other surveillance technology that they have. They would not have been aware before installing this camera that anybody walked to their front yard, but they are now. They perceive that there is a new threat when it might simply be that they suddenly have evidence of something that's always been going on. And the community response is to then report it on a social media platform without ever looping around and reporting it to the police department. And it creates a disconnect between the villagers' perception of threat and crime and our statistics that we use to evaluate our efficacy and how we're deploying our resources. And so I think one of the topics that perhaps 2021 should really look at from communications and a public safety perspective is how we can create a general perception that the first step should always be to report it to the police department so that it officially exists. And then if somebody wants to go on social media and talk about it and share it with their neighbors, they're within their rights to do so. That disconnect between statistics and perception, I think over time will do nothing but grow. And so we want to get on the front of that tendency and deal with it proactively.
That makes sense.
Complete sense, yes.
Something else I just want to mention on the back end that just came to mind, also as part of my conversations with council, you know how sometimes when you all are door to door knocking and getting feedback, this discussion has been, well, I never see a cop on my road, on my street. So internally, we've been working on doing GIS, geomaps of the CAD patterns of our patrol cars on maps to try to figure out if there are in fact areas that our officers just don't go down that street. I wanted to know if that really was real or not. So behind the scenes, just wanted you to know that we're trying to come up with the way to do that through technology and what we have available, and hopefully this experiment is successful. And if in fact we do find that there are, donuts throughout the village, we obviously are gonna make the officers aware and ask that they, be more careful about patrolling every single street if it's not happening right now. But I won't know the answer to that until we go through this experiment.
I would like to also add, without getting into too much detail, because I don't want to step on somebody's presentation, but you'll learn more about Zen City and how the police department is going to also learn and hear what the community is talking about as it relates to crime. But I'll let that presentation, you'll get that from one of the presenters later on today, I would imagine.
Actually, we're not, because the person who would have made that presentation is in the hospital. So just to give you a quick informational, without the fancy stuff, which we'll ultimately try to present to council at a different time. One of the objectives of the council's strategic plan was that we look at creating a community dashboard that would inform policy through actually taking temperature of trends on citizen input on a number of different topics that might be of concern to the village government. So we actually in December, we purchased technology that's called Zen City that does exactly that. It looks at, it mines all open source data, social media sites and such on a number of different topics. All the departments have gone through training so they can, through that technology, go in and ask specific questions that then this technology mines every possible data source that's open out there on that specific topic. And that then the different departments can monitor, sentiment, right? And that can help if we, for example, are monitoring something and potentially the word out there doesn't match with what we want to put our messaging, we can adjust our message accordingly. So a lot of times when you look at misinformation, because people put stuff out there like you're talking, neighborhood, on next door, things will be happening. This will let us know what the rumoring is, and then we can counter that and be more proactive on that end. So from a policing perspective, we're going to have that new tool, but that's communication wide across all the departments. We'll get a better sense, and that can also inform council when we get into controversial policy issues. We'll know what the word out there is on certain topics, and we can provide that information to council, and that can better inform your decision-making process. So I apologize that we don't have the fancy presentation, but we'll get that to you. But we'll show you the dashboard. It's actually really robust. It's a great technology that we invested in. And that was one of our goals from council. Okay. Without further ado, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chiefs. Let's go to Public Works. David, you're still on mute.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Fix my camera here a little bit. There we go.
Yeah.
I want to start off my presentation mentioning my staff. Public Works consists of 9 employees, including myself.
Are you going to share your presentation on the screen, or do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
Okay.
You don't want to look at me?
Both.
Is it up?
Yep, it's up.
Great. So Public Works consists of 9 employees, and in the past year, this COVID year of 2020, 6 of them are high risk. 4 of those 6 are because of age, 1 because of age and a health issue, and 1 because of a very serious health issue and would be considered very high risk. Much like the police department and parks, we don't have the opportunity to work remotely. And so throughout the entire year, our staff reported daily and continued their jobs as usual. Okay, just want to point that out. Let's see if I can get this to move.
If you click, it should go. If you click on it.
Here we go.
There you go.
Okay, so Public Works consists of many different functions. The first thing I'm going to talk about is maintenance, right-of-way maintenance. First of all, drainage. Last year, we were responsible for cleaning over 1,000 inlets that we have in the village, either cleaned or repaired. We have a tree crew consisting of 3 employees that goes throughout the village on a regular basis, trimming trees, primarily on the arterial roadways to make sure that we have proper clearance and that the trees don't have any dead branches for other safety reasons. We maintain all of the asphalt in the village. This past month, we were able to get a new contractor on board and get a few projects that have been in the queue for a period of time. These are maintenance projects, asphalt. They're not for long-term, improvements of the roadway. It's really just to maintain the existing condition of the roadway. Our staff maintains the majority of the street signs throughout the village. We have a contractor that takes care of our pavement markings. And of course, we effect repairs on broken curb and gutter and sidewalk throughout the village. Public Works also helps other departments, all the departments, with facility maintenance in different ways. We help with roof projects, any other projects they may have that we can oversee from a design or construction management point of view, primarily civil projects. Between Eddie Posas and the police department, they keep our work order full, and our employees, especially Caesar, gainfully employed. Right-of-way infrastructure is really where the bigger projects would take place: the Stormwater Master Plan, the Streetscape Master Plan, and the Transportation Master Plan. Under the Stormwater Master Plan, we've completed 106 projects since 2015. The village-wide bus stop plan was completed last year. And the Transportation Master Plan, so far, we've installed 2 traffic circles and speed humps at 5 locations. And our sidewalk total of 4,000 linear feet grows every day. For capital projects, we're responsible for, or we help other departments with the planning of capital projects, construction estimating. Sometimes we're in charge of the design management, permit coordination, and many times we help or are totally in charge of the construction aspect, maintenance aspect of capital projects. Permitting is something that takes up a lot of time for Public Works, quite a bit of my time personally. We're responsible for all the utility permits within the village. Those include franchise permits and non-franchise permits. The difference is non-franchise permits pay directly for their permits. Franchise permits have a contract with the village to pay a certain amount every year based on their income. We also oversee all the communications permits, which those are your 5G towers that you've seen sprout up throughout the village. All of the water connections for residential and commercial properties, as well as sewer connections, are permitted through the Public Works office. Basically, anything in the public right-of-way, we are responsible for permitting. This includes, obviously, the private development. So we've got 3 projects underway, as mentioned previously: Gulliver, Temple Beth Am, and Regions Bank. All of these projects require water and sewer connections within the right-of-way, as well as improvements to the existing street in front of them, drainage systems, and pavement. Building department coordination. This is an area that we've taken recently a stronger position in, recognizing the impacts to the right-of-way that private development will have, primarily single-family residents or residents, driveways, the impact to swale, and associated drainage. We have an arborist. We have a new foreman in Public Works, Ricky, that is the new village arborist. He takes a very active role in looking at every single family residence when they're being redeveloped to ensure that the tree canopy in that area is maintained, that the proposed trees are appropriate for that area, that they're on the approved list, they're spaced properly, all of those things. All of these issues require inspections, both for utility, the maintenance of traffic, and all the in-progress inspections. All of the drainage work that's done in the right-of-way has to be inspected on a regular basis to ensure they're in compliance with the plans. Naturally, all of this requires quite a bit of coordination between existing facilities, adjacent projects, daily checking the MOT, and one of the big things that we obviously are stress is public notification for our residents. So for 2021, Public Works is going to initiate electronic permit submittal for all franchise, non-franchise, and communications permits. Water and sewer permits will continue to be submitted through the building department, but everything else will be submitted directly to our office, and we should have that system up and running next month. A couple of projects that are going to be we're going to be advertising for design this year is the Kendall Drive shared use path, which will go from 67th Avenue to Red Road. And Councilmember Huckmer, in keeping with your request, this is one of the strategic objectives that was requested for last year. We're also in the process of designing new drainage on 59th Avenue, north of 92nd Street. This is basically directly behind Temple Beth Am. It's a very low-lying point, probably one of the only areas in Pinecrest with a 5-foot difference in elevation from one end of the street to the other. We should have that designed and under construction before the end of the year. This is also one of the strategic objectives as part of the Stormwater Master Plan. County projects, everybody's been waiting anxiously. This month, the 136th Street Shared Use Path project, also called as the Mega Sidewalk by the people adjacent to it in Palmetto Bay. That is supposed to start this month. We've only got a few days left in the month before it starts, before it's supposed to start. So we'll see if that actually happens. And also, in addition to that, there's a bridge project that the county is supposed to initiate also on 136th Street. Old Cutler and 67th Avenue, we have recently received 60% plans from the county, and the 90% plan should be coming forward within a month or so. And I have another screen if anybody would like to see what that looks like conceptually as well. We have 2 gas main projects. One is almost complete that went from US 1 to Palmetto High School along 117th Street. That project is mostly complete. We have another project that's going to start next month that's much larger. It'll go straight down 98th Street, go up 72 Avenue, go on the north side of the tennis country club there, go to 67th Avenue, and then go north and connect all the way to US 1. The significance of these 2 projects is it's going to allow our residents to connect to these gas mains for either for their own personal use, dryers or barbecues or ovens, but also to run generators in times of emergency. Gas mains are not shut down during hurricanes, so it's a great source of power after a hurricane. The next 3 items, I'm going to ask the manager to talk to council and the mayor about our traffic circles on 128th Street, and that's wrong. It's 128th Street, not 120th Street and 82nd Avenue, 88th Street and 67th Avenue, and the diverters, the famous diverters on 72 Avenue. We've gotten a lot of resistance from homeowners for these projects, but there is a mechanism within the county traffic engineering department for the village to initiate and basically override the voting results of any type of project like this. So it's something the village council may want to consider going forward. That's going to be, from the village manager primarily.
So if I could just interject, the one of the biggest challenges, and I need hopefully the mayor to pay attention to what I'm saying, which he's not, mayor, because this involves you. I need you to pay attention.
Sorry.
I was paying attention.
Okay, okay, so one of the issues we're coming up, there's a handful of these projects that are part of the transportation master plan that traffic studies have shown would benefit the flow of traffic and improve flow of traffic. There's processes at the county, for example, when you do traffic circles, that would require that all 4 corners be in favor of a particular traffic calming device. Well, guess what? In 128th and 82nd, which we know would benefit from a circle, when we went and tried to get the 4 corners to agree, we're not getting agreement from those residents. So in cases like that, the question was, from a policy perspective, how council, and I just want to put this on your radar for further discussion when we get into strategic planning, is what process, if any, would council want to pursue in cases where staff feels strongly, and or we, through the master planning processes, feel strongly we should continue to pursue traffic calming initiatives, even though they may not have complete support of the residents. And so I'm not sure how to proceed with those. So the ones I definitely think we need to kind of double back around when we get into discussions of like pedestrian safety or those kinds of improvements in the village, when we get into those categories, is the traffic circle on 128th and 82nd. We've floated the idea of eventually pursuing a traffic circle on 88th and 67th. Because when you add that shared use path through there that we were talking about doing, do we want to look at creating that intersection, which is a big intersection, into a big large circle? And then the diverters on 72nd Avenue, which I'm sure some of you are just putting this on your radars. Al Kramer asked for us to do some design work. We've done design work. Obviously the transportation master plan thinks it's a good idea to do these diverters. They're supported by the data, but then you have one holdout resident that doesn't want the diverter. And so the question is, do we, going back, if you recall, we had a workshop. It was shot down by a bunch of people, but then subsequent to that, Mr. Kramer has gone door knocking and has gotten support by all the residents that would be affected, with the exception of one. And so now, like, how do we proceed with those kinds of controversial issues? Because traditionally, when the residents have said no, we kind of just let it be and don't move forward with it. But, where do we draw the line, and how do I proceed? Those kinds of questions, I guess we can revisit when we get into some of the goals and objectives. Just wanted to put that on your radar for future discussion later.
Yeah, I think that's critical, because I look at it in 2 ways. Some of this traffic calming that we came up with in the transportation master plan, these mini circles and these speed bumps and this, that, and the other thing, I'm convinced that stuff, it doesn't work if you overdo it. Other cities in the county have overdone it, and they're pulling them all out now, because they now every road is clogged and slowed down, and so they spent millions of dollars and got back to square one. So in cases like that, I think it's important to proceed very cautiously and make sure all of the neighbors want the thing before they happen. On 72nd, I can't imagine the county is going to let us throw a device that restricts traffic on a half section line road. It just doesn't make any sense to me. At its core, it seems like a bad idea. On the big traffic circles at the big intersections, I look at those as things that enhance flow, and on those, I almost take the opposite opinion. It's almost like a traffic light. If it meets the warrants and it speeds traffic flow through the community safely, people don't have a say on whether they get a traffic light or not. It almost has a warrant that's met, and then you get the traffic light. And these things replace traffic lights, and they make things better from a flow perspective. So you'd almost do those as a matter of basic engineering. And I don't know if I consider that actual traffic calming or not. So I think it's something that we probably should debate during the policy section of this, because I think it's pretty complicated.
Okay. Are there any questions for David? No? So, okay, the last presentation, we have 2 more presentations. I'm just gonna ask that people please move it quicker. I need 5-minute presentations. For next one is IT, and then we're gonna have Administrative Services Manager after that. These should go quickly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks, Gabby.
I want to share my presentation. Okay. So first of all, good afternoon, I think already, right? For all of the mayor and council. I'm glad that I'm able here to provide some updates of the projects that we've been working on with IT. First of all, for Councilmember Del Prado, IT is not considered a department, it's just a service division. The department is comprised basically by 2 people. One of them is Frank Alvarado, who actually takes care of the police department side of the IT, and myself for the general government side, which includes Parks and Recreation, includes community center, includes public works, and I think that's it. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to talk about the projects that, even though we were hit with COVID-19 and affected a lot IT, we were able to accomplish during this year. Most of my projects really fall into the organizational excellence and financial stability. That we're basically doing an improvement so that every other employee can work. We work behind the scenes, and as long as they run smoothly, we consider that we're doing a good job. Some of the things that we've done this year, we switched over from a different software that we had for performance evaluation. We moved to the NeoGov Perform, and the process has been completed. That project, it supports the environmental sustainability since it's paperless. The same thing, we're in progress of implementing DocuSign for the Human Resources Department to automate and speed the hiring process. So there is a hiring package that it usually requires the person to come in person to sign all these documents. We're gonna automate that, hopefully with the next month or so. Also supporting the environmental sustainability goal. Improvements made by facilities, I put it, to me, this also supports the recreation and infrastructure, because we have made upgrades to some of the facilities. One of them is to support the COVID initiatives, and other it's just to provide a better customer service in general. One of the things we've done, one of them was we upgraded the bandwidth and access points for all the Wi-Fi networks for PG, Village Hall, Community Center, and parks. It was usually a complaint that we used to have a lot at the gym, that people could not connect to the Wi-Fi, that they had problems. So we made improvement. We switched all the access points. We switched the internet source. So I think right now we have improved our services in that aspect, and we extended to all the parks. The Flagler Grove Park did not have internet before. Did not have a workstation. We have set up that office. Right now, the people visiting the park should be able to enjoy also Wi-Fi. There was the need for Evelyn Greer Park to have a rewire project of all the data and phone lines to a secure location. Those for security purposes, they have been relocated. That's why we were able to have even a council meeting at Evelyn Greer Park, and a new workstation was put in place. There has been rewiring projects for the internet, for example, for Pinecrest Gardens, that we had to work with direct with Pinecrest Gardens so that they could stream the concerts that have been one of the success during this pandemic. We rewired the new lobby, even though we haven't been able to open it to the public. We're ready, and we supported the Wi-Fi at the lower level that didn't exist before for the COVID-19 testing site. Continuing with the organizational excellence, financial stability, we completed the project of migrating our financial software to the cloud-based platform. It just happened recently in January, and that project was right on time, so that we can provide the W-2s and all the end of year process that it's very important. Also, answering all the calls that supports the building and planning department, and the comments that council received when they were doing door to door. We are implementing right now a bridge operator, which is a console for the receptionist area that she's going to have new technology basically available to her fingertips to be able to transfer and do all the calls, and hopefully it's going to support the customer service as well, and it's for the whole village. As far as the organizational goal, security and pedestrian safety, the police department completed the upgraded in-car video server. They renovated the dispatch center. They completed the virtual roll call. The shift bid scheduler is still in progress, but it's working. The digital field training guide for police recruit has been completed, and also they're doing upgrades on the building security. And another one that to me is important in my department is talking about cybersecurity. As you know, we put a big effort on cybersecurity, which includes the patching, updating, vulnerability management, equipment replacement, documentation, that it is an ongoing process that we take care of. The user training online and in person, phishing testings. Recently, we submitted a new security awareness proficiency assessment. The results of that assessment will help the IT to develop a new training based on what we think we need more. We implemented a new application called Meta Defender, which allows the user to vet themselves all the files and hopefully minimize our risk. I've been working for a long time. I wanted to have a business continuity process in place as far as devices. So right now that we have the application on the cloud for the financial service, for me, it's important to have a second source of internet that is available in case of our main internet faults. So I'm working on that. I have to do some upgrades on the firewalls, and it's a project that if everything happens, Comcast will kick in automatically and without intervention, so that we minimize the downtime for the village. But again, that is in progress. Once we finish with all these projects, I'll have scheduled on the line for the network penetration testing, which also it supports my cybersecurity efforts. It's worth mentioning, I said here, because of COVID, we had to provide a rapid response to the demand for people to connect and work remotely. And we were successful in doing that, but it took a lot of work because we had over 70 computers and laptops that we have to bring up to date and install the settings and everything, continue the security settings in place so that the people can continue to work. And I think we did a good job. And this is, I wanted to show you one of the statistics that I get. This is the employee risk score that we measure how successful we are on our users, our use training, and everything has to do with cybersecurity. You can see on the left, this is how you see the scores: green, yellow. We want to be green. Right now, the village is yellow, which means we still have some work to do. We will never get to zero, but that's our goal. And again, we use different methods, including trainings, including one-on-one, including tests, and walk over to the workstations and try to make sure that the people abide to all the guidelines and things that we need to continue to be successful. To me, being successful is not having a ransomware, even though that is something that it may happen regardless, but the fact that we didn't have, and right now that there are more and more people connected, I think it's a good measure of our success. So as far as 2029-2021 strategic plan initiatives, I think the majority falls under organizational excellence, financial stability. one of the things I have in mind I need to do an upgrade for the Exchange server. It's a version that needs to be upgraded for security purposes and to take new advantage of the features. I have a lot of Windows servers that are on version 2012 R2 that need to be moved to the 2019 version. The phone system itself, the hardware needs to be refreshed because it had reached the end of life. And also that will support the environmental sustainability. And the major project we have in here that has to do with building and planning is the implementation of track and permitting migration to support the online plans reviews. Like was mentioned before, it was all before in the budget, but it was for financial reasons, so it was not approved. So we'll hope that this happens this year. And that also supports that goal to continue to update web-based communications efforts to include fully ADA, because the new version of TRACIT 9, it takes into consideration ADA compliance. So that's another benefit of moving to the cloud. The communications division has grown tremendously from the beginning, from its inception. So I think we need to have an allocated server just for that effort, and that will support the communications plans and objectives. Our aging infrastructure and the virtual environment, it also needs updates. I have it under maintenance agreement. When parts die, I'll support, but to a certain point, I need to grow it and update it. Same thing for UPS units. I had to do some of these years, but I think some of them needs to be considered for next year. Personally, I put this goal on my list because I want to focus on IT governance, risk assessment, policies and procedures. This is a lot of things that changes over time. And with all the things that we have to do, sometimes I don't get to update it and keep it up to date. So that's one of the things I want to work on. The police department for security and pedestrian safety, they need to upgrade the 911 answering system because it reached the end of life as well. And they have a server upgrade, the one that controls the RMC, the CAT also needs replacement. With that, concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm open.
Any questions for Gabby on the IT issues? I just want to say she's done a great job. COVID kind of threw us into a whirlwind of activity that she, I don't know how, was able, I guess she was working 24/7, but she was able to get us up and running from a remote working perspective, practically seamlessly. And so I just want to congratulate her on all of that, her efforts to keep us running while we're working from home. A lot of us are still working from home. All right. And last but not least, I'm going to ask Eddie Posas if there's no questions for Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. Eddie Posas will come on. He's going to just go over some of the old bond, the existing bond projects, and just give you an update on that, as well as COVID testing, because he's overseeing both those issues.
I'm going to share my screen. Good afternoon. Can you see it there?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon again. More than anything, I'm just going to provide a few updates that relates to procurement, the 2019 bond note, and some updates related to the testing site and the potential vaccine POD. In 2020, we were able to put out 19 ITVs and RFPs and so forth. Break it down as 8, 5, 2, 4. And this was more or less according to what we had planned. As a result of it, we received a total of 74 proposals in general. Now I'm gonna move to give you some updates of this project status of the 2019 bond note. As you can see, related to Pinecrest Gardens, 4 of the 6 projects are now completed. Two of them, concession tower roof repair and ADA compliant restrooms, are now being part of the Overgarden project. And if everything goes as planned, it should be done by the end of 2021. Next would be projects that were related to parks and community center. As you can see, 5 of the 6 projects are completed now, except for the playground, Evelyn Greer Park, which is pending a grant application outcome. Next will be the last 3 projects that we have there. The 2 related to the building here are finished. The monument signs for the village we run into a little bit of issue with the lowest bidder. The contractor wasn't able to provide the required samples and materials that were asked as part of the bid. And now the entire bid contract is being reviewed to determine the next step. That completes the all the projects related to the note from 2019. Changing a little bit here, just wanted to touch on, give you an update of breakdown of how many tests have been run or processed as we since we opened the testing site back in August last year. PCR tests, we have up to last week run 11,804. Antibody tests, a little bit over 9,000, and the antigen tests, which started just last December, we have a little bit more than 2,395. That's just after almost 6 months with the operation of the testing site. That's the amount of tests that we have run down there. Last slides related to just a brief update where we are since we were approved as a POD. We have engaged with 3 different medical providers that they have been able to send proposals to us for the to administer the vaccines. One of the proposals though includes that the medical provider provides the vaccine as well. That is very brief, my presentation.
Okay, so just to go back to the COVID testing site, so council understands that we have been approved for what's called a closed POD, which is a closed point of dispensing. It was always our intent that once we rolled out that as a pilot to make sure that we can handle the logistics of doing vaccinations and implementing vaccine shots, that then we would pursue what's called an open POD. We've made those requests to the Department of Health, State Department of Health. We're waiting further instruction on that. But in preparation for that, we have already reached out and have entered into agreements with medical providers that would provide the medical staff and personnel necessary to actually administer vaccines, whether we are doing it as a closed POD or an open POD. And based on
what's the difference between a closed POD and an open POD?
So a closed POD is basically number set population. In our case, the closed POD was intended and is intended to be for employees of the village. And so that would be a closed POD. It would be employees of the village and up to 14 members of each employee's family members. That's a finite amount of vaccine supply. We would submit that amount and number request to the Department of Health. And if they provide the supply, then we would have the medical providers already ready to administer. We have not gotten any word of when we are going to get supply other than to say sometime in the spring. So we continue to just hold on that. Meanwhile, we have pursued the next step in it, which would have been to, because we had already assumed we would have vaccine. So we thought at this point in the game, we would have had vaccine, already done the closed POD approach, and we'd be moving into the phase 2, which is going forward with open POD. Where open POD is general public, where we would become a vaccine site. So we're just moving through that process, even though we have not gotten any vaccine supply from the Department of Health. We've submitted the requests. We're waiting on approval for that. We have the medical providers ready to go. One of the medical providers that Eddie mentioned here is the One Milo Group. In their case, they have already been approved for an open POD, and they're just waiting on supply. So at the minimum, they would be able to roll out as a vaccine to general public. But in a perfect world, if we get all the approvals, we would be able to, based on having these different medical providers in queue, open one or more general public vaccine sites in the village. And these sites would not be solely for residents. It would be open to all members of the general public, but we would have to adhere to whatever the guidelines are for administering vaccines. So if there's age limitations, we would be responsible for adhering to that. So even if we were a closed POD and we were to get vaccine, we would not be able to administer to any employees that are over the age, under the age of 65, based on the current limitations on vaccines. But we anticipate that these closed PODs will not be even provided supply by the state until all those restrictions are lifted. It just seems to be playing out that way because there's a limit to the vaccine availability that we've all heard of at this stage. So more to come as we get more information. That's the latest information we have. We did put out some notices to residents through invitation email. We didn't do this through social media to get a sense of how many people would be interested. And through word of mouth, within 3 days, we were able to get confirmation of 577 people who by the deadline said they would be interested in getting the vaccine, and all those people would be 65 or older. So we have a list. We've been communicating with them and letting them know, hey, nothing yet. Keep looking to get vaccine wherever you can, like don't wait on us kind of messaging. But whenever we get wind, for example, that, Jackson's going to start doing appointments, we'll send out an email to those people, hey, get online, it's going to happen soon. So we're going to try to do the best we can to help them also and facilitate those people that are 65 and older to, get access to vaccine wherever that may be. So, and that's what we're doing, working behind the scenes. Are there any questions for Eddie on any of the other issues? I just wanted him to give us an update on the old bond. So we're pretty much 90% completed with all those projects and just wrapping up some of the ones that lingered or that had to wait for other funding sources. Okay, thank you, Eddie. Okay, Guido, did we order food for everybody, or what do we do? For the people that are here on?
Yes, pizza is being ordered.
Okay. So for the people that are here, and otherwise, if you're home, you're
on your own.
Grab
Hey,
whatever.
Yossi, before you go forward, I just wanted to thank everybody on staff for all the hard work over the course of the year. I know it's probably no more difficult time to do your jobs. And I think what we just learned is you did them in a great way. So thank you very much for everything you've done. You made us all really, really proud. And it was kind of, it wasn't as hard as it could have been to deal with the public on this, because everybody did such a great job.
Mayor, I'd like to echo that. I think we have a lot to be proud of over this very challenging year. I think staff has worked very hard, and as you can tell, they've taken on all kinds of new adjusted work policies in stride, and still I think we've been providing excellent service as usual. So I just want to thank them for all their hard work and continued dedication to the organization. Okay, so without further ado, Mayor, do you want to take a bathroom break and then we'll work into getting started with the actual document to revise? And
Yeah, well, let's take 5 minutes, then come back and start on that. And then let's just go another hour. I think people have to leave at close to 2. So we maybe just want to reschedule the bulk of the working session at another time. What does everybody think of that? And does anybody hate that idea? Nope. Looks like all thumbs up.
Thank you.
Okay, so 5-minute break. I'm going to let Councilmember Kraft know as well because he was going to join the call.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
By the way, if you get a bill triple and report it, I want you to sue the village.
Ooh, that's how I'm gonna make my money.
Mayor Anna, okay, I was just going to say it's not on mute. Now it is. Okay.
Hey, Yossi,
Yeah,
is the testing site back under Village Hall or is it
yes,
still in Inland?
downstairs.
Okay.
How did you like the presentations?
They were good. I mean, I don't mind the length because I think it's all important information. So I
I
think
feel I'm always torn about it. I mean, I told everybody to hurry it up, but no matter how much we try, I even had them do presentations and we practiced it ahead of time, but I can never get it to go faster than, 3 hours, like no matter how hard I try.
I'm okay with it. Like I said, it's all important information. It's not,
I also think it's beneficial, like for Shannon, because she's new too, to kind of get an overview of everything.
Agree.
So let me just double check I have, this is good to go. Oh, it's here. Okay. Let me get this off here. All right. What else is new while we wait for everybody?
Nothing. I've seen a lot of police presence the last few weeks. I know you were just saying that. I don't know when you did that study, but I feel like I've seen them around a lot.
I just saw that Homeland Security has issued sort of like a heightened alert
Oh no.
on domestic terrorism
Let me look.
Oh geez.
because of the, because the Proud Boys and the other miscreants, the Trump miscreants. If it's of interest, there's a very good New York Times article that where one of the reporters tracked a kind of an online audio board, QAnon board, for 3 weeks, and he reports on some of the things that some of the comments that were made by these QAnon followers, and it's just interesting that they really, like, I don't know if they believed it or they were just saying it, but things like that there were all kinds of secret things going on behind the scenes whereby the US military was secretly operating behind the scenes and was going to take out all of the, those that the QAnon people call traitors in Congress. But I mean, even like comments that the Biden administration was set to lower the age of consent to 8, or just really bizarre things. It's an article worth reading just to see what's on the minds of some of our fellows.
Scary post of someone, I hate to say, who lives in Pinecrest, who wrote some things that, that the government's already been overthrown and we don't know it. And we're all in the dark. And it was someone who lives in Pinecrest, which is very scary to me.
Well, not the government of Pinecrest.
Thank God.
No.
I just sent everybody some pictures of the playground structures. They're on email. If you want to see, they sent us some pictures of the ongoing.
Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
Aren't they?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a cute lizard thing. Is it a lizard?
Yeah.
What is it?
What is it? One is a lizard.
It's a lizard.
No, that's a frog.
One is a frog. The other one's a lizard. You can see what they've done.
Oh yeah, that's the frog, right?
I can't tell.
Yeah, you can tell.
Are they made from wood? Of wood?
Yeah, they're made out of wood.
Wow.
like the trolls. These are just lizardy trolls. We didn't even have the guy from Denmark do this. That's the same damn thing, right? Just looks like just like the trolls.
It's
Where
called
are
harmony.
where are they building these things where they say Medvendighusen?
They're in Germany or Norway, somewhere
That's
on the
not
other side of the
German.
pond. Whatever side of the pond, I don't know.
Where's that guy that where's Dambo from? It must be his shop.
I know, it reminds me of it.
It does.
Guido, did Doug call in? Is he on there? Oh, it's from Denmark. Angela just wrote Denmark.
There you go.
Should have had our residents help out.
Yeah, I am on. I don't know if
Okay.
anybody hears me.
Oh, okay. Are you the village council person? Oh,
Well, I don't know, whatever Guido has me as.
yeah. Yep, there you go. Okay. Okay. You ready, Mayor?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's on, right? Yeah, okay. All right, let me share screen. So we are now gonna get into the actual document. The first order of business is we're gonna change the title, obviously. We're working off of the old document and Angela is listening in. Guido, can you add Angela into the call? So Angela will be taking notes and updating the document as we speak. And the one I have on screen right now is just so that we can all refer and be looking at the same exact location at the same time. And I think some of you asked for hard copies. So you have those so you could take your notes on there as well. We already updated wherever we could to, especially like the detail, the description on certain goals have already been updated with any new information since the last time we met. So that's already been in there.
Can I posit a philosophical / structural observation of this strategic plan and
Sure.
see how everybody else feels about it in terms of utility? I am a great believer in usable strategic plans, right? The great failure of a strategic plan is that it gets written and put in a drawer and nobody ever looks at it again, right? And you pull it out. The next time you pull it out is when you're updating it.
Right.
And I feel like having worked now 5 different times on the strategic plan, when we look at the snapshot goals and objectives, there's an awful lot which has been on this strategic plan with ongoing status as long as I've been a member of council, which no longer strike me as goals and objectives. They strike me as best practices and policies. So for example, maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating, right? We never didn't have healthy reserves and we never didn't have an excellent bond rating. And if you read our budgeting documents, it explicitly states that our budgeting policy is to maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating. So to have that in there every year as a strategic objective seems to me to not be functional, right? And at some point, I think what we need to do as we go through this document is look at those things and remove them. Say, look, they're done. They're part of our internal culture. They're part of our best practices. They're part of just the way we do business, right? And therefore, there's nothing strategic about them as an objective. They've been attained.
Correct.
There is an argument that, there's a real check mark should be happening next to these strategic objectives, and they get moved off into the standard operating procedure.
Right.
And if we are updating them, then that update becomes an attainable strategic objective that we might need to play with. And so the first one, for example, maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating. That's a statement of fact. It's not ongoing. It's what we do. It's what we've been doing for 25 years.
Right.
Can't we just say completed and move on?
Is that one in one of our comp plan policies, Yossi? I imagine it is, right?
No, the
It
comp
comes
plan.
from the budget document.
It's in the budget document. and it's in our financial policies. So there's a lot of like carryover on some of this stuff. If you remember, just to go back, so that also for the benefit of Councilmember Del Prado, years ago, we did a village-wide survey and we hired an outside consultant that developed the first iteration of our official strategic plan. We had never done it before. Okay. So once we created that, there were a lot of these goals and objectives that we wanted to highlight. That's where a lot of this has come from. And then over the years, we've followed up with subsequent similar resident surveys and then made adjustments. Every year we go in, we go through this, add new things, take out old things. I completely agree with your assessment, because I find it to be kind of odd, and you're absolutely right in that there's certain things that are just like a normal course of our doing business. So whenever we're going to put in and do like updates to this, it's just basically cutting and pasting stuff that we already do out of other reports. Like the millage rate is what it is. We've always taken that position. You know, so I'm perfectly comfortable with taking the ongoing things that are going to be like if there's no further advancement on these topics, then there's no action items to be
right. So for example, you know, maintain a millage rate at the level necessary to provide high quality services. Again, that's straight out of our budget documents.
Right.
Right. That's been done. It's incorporated as part of our culture, and it's codified in other documents.
Right.
Implement the communications plan that furthers the mission of the village and is aligned with the village council's strategic priorities. Now, at one time, Michelle's position didn't exist. The communications department didn't exist. The communications plan didn't exist. We were even having discussions about how do we structure the communications plan? And then we decided to structure it to the objectives of the strategic plan. But that now exists, right? And the tactics that she's using, the topics that she communicates, the different initiatives that we've discussed with several different departments this morning happen, right? That's a big check mark that can move off the strategic plan.
Right.
If we were going to create a new strategic objective, like an example that comes to mind, find strategies, tools, and techniques to incorporate social media feedback and public sentiment into our policymaking, right? And because we've touched on that concept with several departments, right? Whether it was what was the name of the software you purchased to do the
Zen City.
Zen City, the comment that I made to Deputy Chief Cone about, you know, making sure that we're looking at what's happening in terms of crime reporting on social media, incorporating that, and getting public perception and social media to align. You know, we might want to create an objective around how we bring in and incorporate actionable information from social media, right?
Right.
But we no longer need to have this item on here that we need to create what's been created and is now functioning and updates every year.
Right.
Right. So I don't know
Totally
how the rest
agree.
of the council feels about that, but I think we should feel free to just go check it's done, check it's done, check it's done on a lot of this stuff.
Right. Like the mitigation that we had talked about, doing a mitigation set aside 3 million, done. We did it last this year, it's done. We achieved this. Now, like we would potentially move further at some point in the future, but at this point we've met that. Web-based communication efforts, ADA, we're still doing that. That one is still underway. We haven't completed the ADA completely on our website, so that one arguably we can stay. Here's the dashboard, the Zen City, that's in progress. That's what we talked about. That's the dashboard. You know, so potentially that and the communications plan one can be kind of structured and worded a certain way if you wanted to look at that from a different angle. So I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. If council wants to go in that direction, then I would suggest that yes, we go through the maintain healthy reserves. We can take that out, no question. Is there any objection to that, or how do you? What do you guys feel?
No. From a historic context, does it make any sense to just use a strike through and underline, and if you've accomplished a goal, scratch it out and leave it there so those that have never seen this document before understand the history of what we've done. And I mean, it makes the document longer probably, but I don't know if that makes any sense. I was just thinking, how would you know for
That this
somebody new
existed at
what
some
we've
point.
thought of and done before?
I mean, hypothetically, the strategic plan is a working document. So the people who need the strategic plan are the people who are actually working on these things and creating the policies to make them happen. And if you were somebody in the public that wanted to see the historical progression of the objectives in the strategic plan, you would read previous years' strategic plans, right?
Yeah, true.
I mean, you might create a page, an addendum at the back of the strategic plan, you know, listing the strategic objectives that had been completed over the previous 5 years, just, you know, a list of them or something like that if you really wanted to drive the point home. But it's not really supposed to be a cumulative document of everything we've done. It's supposed to be a living document that's responding in real time to how we want to make the village change.
Got it.
I will tell you that I found it very instructive coming in, into all of this. And I understand what you're saying, Anna, that may clutter the goals, maybe, it's like clutter and distracting. But it also, I mean, to a certain extent, doesn't it serve as a pillar or a guide of things that we want to continue to adhere to?
Well, I think there's a real difference between a mission and vision and a strategic plan. And so there are certain principles if you go through you read our budget documents, and there are principles of best practices that we use to create our budget every year, which are very broad statements of ethics and priorities and values, right? That should be reflected in the budget. And I think if you look at our comprehensive use master plan, there are very broad statements of the values that we have. And in fact, in this document, if you look at the strategic priorities, right? Those are basically mission and vision statements, right? It starts off with an introduction, right?
Where are you?
And then it lists a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas, and it has a very broad vision statement for each one of those categories, right? Maintain efficient and responsive government, which embraces the highest standards of service and citizen engagement and commits to the goals of the strategic plan, for example, right? And I think those are the pillars, and we can add to those pillars. You want to keep them short and sweet. You want to make sure that they are coherent. We also want to make sure that they're updated if we feel that they're getting stale. But by the time you then move into the document itself as a mandate for work and a mandate for decision making, I think we do want to be far more
concise.
Yes, precise. Thank you for the word. Precise and concrete and measurable. So many of these have.
So I think what you're saying is some of
the vision that there's no key performance indicator for many of them. It's just become a statement of best practice. Right?
So maybe it's a strategic priority and not
correct. Or if we want to, make our strategic priority statements 2 sentences rather than 1 statement, so that some of those values can move into them and just sort of be codified and acknowledged as how we do business. I can see making that argument, but then the rest of that sort of gets moved out of there, so that the strategic objectives really become something we can say, look, we want to do this thing over the next year, maybe 2, and if we know it's a 2 or 3 year objective, like say, moving to the electronic plan, we know that that's at least a 2-year objective. We know that we want to fund it in the 2021 budget in order to do the phase 1 of the electronic plans. We know that there's a phase 2, which will take a certain amount of months and bleed into the 2022 fiscal year. And if we want to put that in the strategic plan as an objective and say between 2021 and 2022, we're going to move ourselves entirely to cloud-based and electronic plan review and business tax application, right? Then that's ongoing, ideally for 2 years. And if it takes 3 years, then our job is to look at one another and say, we didn't meet that objective. We're going to have to extend it for a year, right? But we want to find closure to that and say, done. And have a precise amount of time to do it in, and then move it off the plate so we can continue to advance.
So if, just to also kind of frame it, the strategic plan is meant to be, as Anna explained, a document that provides the council's vision of what they want to see happen in the village within 3 to 5 years, maximum 5 years. That's how we then know, we get the marching orders. It's basically getting everybody on the same page of what our priority and what our focus is going to be as an organization outside of the normal day-to-day operations. So you should be looking at it as things to tweak operations, to improve our services, things that are specific to things that you feel are missing or can use improvement in the organization, so that we can then focus our mission to achieve those goals. And so maintaining healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating, I can tell you for a fact that that's already included in language that's part of our financial policy, which the Village Council has approved as a formal document, and it's already included in our financial policy, Bible, for lack of a better word. That's what we use for budgeting purposes and financial purposes. Maintaining a millage rate. Again, we talk about, there is nothing formal about never going beyond a certain point, but we've historically always maintained and never gone beyond a certain point in millage rate. That's not to say that we wouldn't, but that's relative. It depends. Like this question, maintain a millage rate at a level necessary to provide high quality services. Yeah, duh, that's what we do. So, but that can fluctuate depending on what's happening. So I don't know.
And the councils need to be free. The councils each year need to be free to make that decision. We can't, we don't want to hamstring, the next group of elected officials.
Correct. So while, even though those existed in our, like I could tell you, I totally agree. And I have not had this conversation with Councilmember Holcomb, or ironically, but I totally agree. And staff talks about this behind the scenes all the time when we're doing these updates, like, oh my God, why do we have to do this? Like, because it seems just like filler for us, because really the ideal purpose of this document should be to try to focus staff's energies and mission specific to certain things that council wants to see us improve and just grow as an organization. So that's how we should kind of look at it. The communications plan, we have aligned it to strategic priorities for the council. Those strategic priorities may change. So I think maintaining an alignment is important, but I don't know if from a communication standpoint, we want to look at, or you guys feel we should focus on any improved mission or improved goals, things that have to do with how we communicate to the village residents. When you look at us critically as an organization, like what are we not doing that you want to see us do and improve on? So that's how you should kind of come around at some of these things when you suggest.
And that's what I said, originally the objective was to create the communications department, to write a communications plan, to write that communications plan so that it was anchored around the strategic plan.
Right.
So hypothetically, functionally, every time we tweak this strategic plan, it causes an automatic tweak in that communications plan, because she's going to be adjusting her messaging and her objectives and her focus, or what's the plural of the word focus, whatever, her focus to these new strategic objectives. So it's just one of those where it's just, it's a lap back. It's just get rid of it, right? And then say, well, if there's some new strategy, some new technique, something that needs to be acquired, created, implemented, that's novel, that should be in the strategic plan, right? Everything else becomes standard operating procedure and gets enshrined elsewhere.
Right. And it could be even also think like to study something, like if you're not sure, but you think as a group that you want to kind of look at this deeper dive on certain issues, that can also be kind of worked in as new initiatives.
Right. Or for example, strive to decrease the financial gap in the Parks and Recreation Department as well as Pinecrest Gardens, which was one that I think I lobbied to put in there when I was first elected, right? But frankly, I think it's now become something that we're aware that we're attempting to do, and it might be time to get a little bit more specific about it. So originally we said that we were going to try and make we had the specific objective to make community center revenue neutral, right? That it was going to pay for itself. And Rob was able to make that happen in 18 months. And that's a check mark. And that's just how he runs the community center with the objective of making it revenue neutral, right? Well, now we've got a financial gap between the Parks and Recreation Department. We're in the midst of doing Parks and Recreation, a Parks Master Plan as part of this accreditation. And I would actually suggest that what we need to do, rather than this vague statement of striving to decrease the gap, is analyze the causes of the funding trend in the Parks and Recreation Department, which we see has been increasing over the last 5 years. It's on an upward slope. It's in an upward trajectory, and it's taking up more and more and more of our general fund every year. Now, all I'm suggesting is that the strategic objective be to do the analysis, to figure out the causes of that upward trend, right? I have no hypothesis about whether it's simply increased cost of doing business, whether there's inefficiencies in operations, or what the deal is. And it may in fact be a perfectly reasonable and acceptable trajectory that we just have to identify and plan for. But I think that's a strategic objective, to complete that analysis this year so that we can take action or not on what we determine, right? Whereas simply just saying, well, we're going to strive to make it better is far too vague. And in fact, when you plot it out on a graph, we're not doing that. We're not actually decreasing Parks and Rec consumption as a percentage of our general fund. So, you know, I just really want to get a little bit more concrete as we work on these together.
So to tackle the document and go through the exercise, and I know that we're going to be working on this for today for another 40 minutes. I think, how about we go for, you know, just tackle the category of organizational excellence and financial stability as a category. We still agree that this is a priority area for council. Mm-hmm. And then go through the goals and objectives. If there's consensus, thank you, consensus on what we can delete, we'll get that out quickly. Mm-hmm. And then talk about big picture policy directives and goals that you guys think we should kind of consider under that category: educational excellence and financial stability. Like, what does that mean to each of you, and what do you think we should be focusing on? Does that sound okay?
That's good.
Can we do that? Okay.
Sounds good to me.
So in the interest of time, maintaining healthy reserves and excellent bond rating, I'm going to scratch that out. We got it. It's in the financial policy. Everybody okay with that?
Right.
You know, forever hold your peace. Like, speak up if you have a problem. Otherwise, it's going to be that we're okay with taking this off. Okay. Mm-hmm. Maintain a millage rate at the necessary.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
An outsider who is not listening to our conversation might say, why are you taking that out? And what are we going to say? I'm just.
Because we need the objective, and it's codified in our financial policy. It's in our budget.
You're really echoing. Joe, can you turn off? Maybe it's because Joe's on.
What she's saying is because it's already, we're already achieving it, and it's already codified in another part of our policies. It's in our financial policies. We already function this way. We've achieved it.
But
what about?
Okay. But just philosophically, isn't this a document for the upcoming year?
This isn't a philosophy document. This isn't a mission and vision document. This is a strategic goals and objectives document.
It's a document that's supposed to inform the next 3 to 5 years of the village's stuff.
Right. So I know we've done it in the past, but why are we taking out as something we want to do in the future?
Because a strategic goal and objective is a specific measurable objective, which is completed or not. Maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating is a policy. It's a budgeting policy. It's something we've done for 20 years. It's something that's codified in our budgeting documents as a best practice. It's not an objective.
So goals and
It is a
objectives
simple
typically are like, you have what's called key intended outcomes. It's measurable, quantifiable things that you can go back. It's either do this, was it achieved, yes or no? Or if you're monitoring something, it's something that you can quantify so that you can produce what's called like performance indicators. You're achieving it or you're not, right? In the case of this, it's a policy. It's just a general policy. If we've achieved it and we are achieving it, continue to achieve it, if it belongs in a policy document, which is why the better place for that is the financial policy that the village can update, council updates whenever we do budget. It's part of the budget document. There's a financial policy.
So it's not going away. It's not going away. It's just nesting in a different policy document. I don't really care if it's in here or not, really. I mean, I don't think it hurts to be in here, and I don't think it hurts if it's out because it is in another document. It is a policy of ours. We want to. It's so basic and simple.
A strategic plan is not a policy document. A strategic plan uses our policies, our mission, and our vision to create measurable objectives. So, for example, an appropriate strategic objective is to create a $3 million set aside for crisis/hurricanes. We didn't used to do that. We used to do $1 million. Then we created the objective to do 2 million. We achieved that. Then several years later, after Irma, we just said 2 million isn't enough. It needs to be 3 million. We put that in there. We did it. It's done. Check. The strategic objective has been maintained. The way that we set our budget uses a budgeting philosophy and policy, which requires us to maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating. The only way to maintain an excellent bond rating is if you use your cash reserves as prescribed in your budget documents. It's not an objective. It's simply a way of doing business. This isn't the philosophy document. It's not a mission statement, and it's not a vision statement. Although sometimes you can start a strategic document by simply restating your mission and your vision so that everybody's grounded in the same culture, right? And that's why the strategic plan on the front page has the strategic priorities. And the strategic priorities create these sections, right, of governance and creates a statement of best practices. If you have a philosophy that says that organizational excellence and financial stability should specifically mention cash reserves and bond rating, then you can work on that as part of your area strategic priority, but it's not an objective. What I want to create is a useful document that can be used to measure ongoing improvement and advancement of the village as an institution, not a statement of very low-hanging fruit that we've already achieved so that we can all reassure one another we're doing a good job. We're all doing a good job. We're all financially healthy. We're an excellent municipality. That's great, okay? But that's not a useful document. And I really want to get us to the point where as an institution, we're creating a useful document which creates action items that we are to be working on in the short term.
Yeah, but healthy reserves and excellent bond rating are measurable, useful items, aren't they? I mean, you would know if you were
No, if you change how you determine what healthy reserves are, for example, which we did. We changed the definition of a healthy reserve from 1 million to 2 million to 3 million. And those were the objectives. And we changed those objectives because we had this policy that says we have to maintain healthy reserves. So that's the strategic objection. That's what we're supposed to be talking about today. The policy was established when we created our budgeting policies 25 years.
Doesn't it help to have it all in one document so you can tell what your strategic objective is and what it's referring to from a policy perspective? I mean, who's going to go back and look at the policy document? We don't have that in front of us.
Can I
Doubtful
make
anybody
another
went into it.
suggestion? Can I make another
Yes.
suggestion? Is, okay, so the functionality of a strategic plan is to provide goals and objectives that are measurable, that actually get us moving, target, and with deliverables and indicators. If there's policy, I guess it would be almost like, let me think. So you have the category of organizational excellence and financial stability. If policy directives that inform these objectives include a list of things that are like Bible, right? Bible to the village. Bible is
pillars.
The pillars, right? Or however we come up with it. I could come up with under every category, like a quick rundown that will mirror like some of the stuff. We're always going to strive to maintain healthy reserves and excellent bond rating. We're always going to try to keep our millage rate to the level necessary to provide high quality services. Mm-hmm. We're always going to try to align our communications with these strategic priorities. So these are like just almost like a description that further drills down the category, that's just a policy Bible background that informs all these goals and objectives. And so that way we're still capturing council's intent in these policy decisions that still will have these, I think, because I don't know that they're ready based on my reading of council to completely abandon the statements that these things are important to the to the governing body. So
I have no issue with the top section that's in orange on this document being a little bit longer and stating, these are the best practices and policy pillars or principles
that inform all these things,
that guide our strategic objectives.
Right.
Right. It's like, something short, easy to read, and generally.
Right. Like guiding principles.
Guiding principles. But
right.
Then the objectives themselves, I think, need to become more real, more measurable,
more quantifiable, more measurable. Right. Yes, because some of these are just general, and so we're measuring it for measuring sake, but like, what does that mean? So
they are important to include. So maybe,
and that makes sense. But for example, excellent bond rating, if we want to keep that as an objective, wouldn't we just say maintain our excellent bond rating of AAA or whatever we are?
No, because a strategic objective isn't to maintain something you're already doing. It's nothing new. If you're already doing it, it's not an objective.
We have to, there's nothing above it, right? Aren't we at the highest level?
Right, but let's suppose somehow it started to go down. Then council would say we need to do something to get it up. Right.
If we're at this level and we drop and we have a strategic planning session and somebody says, no, we need to get ourselves back to AAA. Raising our bond rating to a AAA is a measurable strategic objective. But just doing what we've already done is not an objective.
It should be aspirational.
Yes, it should be aspirational.
I have to disagree. I think maintaining a high level is an objective. I do.
I think what Anna's trying to say is that there are some that are ongoing goals that we will always have, policies that we will always embrace, but she wants to break those out of those that require action this year, that we will
or over the course of 3 to right. It's the strategic plan is a multi-year approach to achieving whatever aspirational goals we want to go after. And so things that we're already achieving and that are already built into the culture and the way we operate just on a day-to-day basis, those are principles that guide us. So I do think that we can identify some of the guiding principles under each category and just have these are things that we always just built into how we operate, right? Part of our culture.
Principles of good governance.
Where do you want to keep those?
We can do them in this document. I'm just saying what I think we can still accomplish identifying that these things are important to the council because they're pillars. That's what it means for you as organizational excellence and financial stability, as a group, you agree that that means having, that is the definition of that. It means having healthy reserves. It means having an excellent bond rating. It means keeping our millage rate to a level. That's the definition for us of organizational excellence.
Excellent. Right.
Those are the guiding principles for you, what that means as a body. And then everything else that is meant to be a goal or objective should be aspirational things that we have yet to accomplish, that you feel will somehow make us a better, improved version of our current selves.
And necessarily that strategic objective would not have a detrimental effect on one of these pillars of good government. So you wouldn't create a strategic objective that would have the effect of creating
lowering our bond rating
reserve and a bad bond rating.
So are you saying keep the pillar, maintain a healthy reserves in here, and then put sub objectives underneath it?
Right. What this will look like, we'll
in
do
this summary, right? You've already got a sentence up here which sort of describes what organizational excellence and financially stability are. And if you have guiding principles, right? Maintain excellent, healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating. That comes straight out of our financial documents, right? Maintain a millage rate at the level necessary to provide high quality services and communicate in a way that furthers the village council's strategic priorities. Those are all ongoing, achieved general good governance principles that everything we do is going to necessarily comply with.
How many of those do you think are in this first snapshot?
Well, I think if we go through them, we could probably take some
as
and just move it. It's just going to come in here. You have this primary category, what the guiding principles are that we're going to always strive for, that's just part of our DNA as an organization. And then you're going to think goals and objectives as something that we aspire to achieve and focus on over the next no more than 5 years out. So you want to typically, 1, 2, 3 years, but if we want to aspire to something no further out than 5, because that's really what guides our budget process when we try to focus all our other departmental goals, is to achieve these things that you guys identify. So maintain millage rate, then like, for example, communication. So maintaining a communications plan that is always aligned with council strategic priorities.
There you go. And then that's it. She does it, it exists. As the strategic plan changes, that stuff she talks about will change.
So this is a communications plan or approach, it's an organization-wide communications plan that will always align with council strategic priorities.
Maintain communication strategy, I think. Yeah, there you go. And that's what we do all the time. And every objective that we ever write is going to necessarily further those principles.
Right. So then, okay, maintain the extraordinary expenditure and mitigation set aside of 3 million. We achieved that.
And it's in policy, right? And it's in our budget documents that we maintain $3 million as a set aside.
We changed the policy. We've achieved this. So at this point, is there anything council wants to do that's financial, like always strive to have? I mean, these are things we could, potentially I could bring to council suggestions after talking to the finance director. But if you wanted to look at increasing fund balance to a certain point, or maintain it where we don't have a fund balance beyond this set aside by a certain percent. Like, I don't know if you guys want to limit any of that or leave yourselves maximum flexibility. If the answer to that question is maximum flexibility, then we've achieved this, cross this out, and moving on. There's no other goal.
Go ahead.
Go.
It doesn't appear that we have a need to change this at this point in time, right? There's
We've
no
achieved
reason to
it.
increase it or decrease it. Yeah, we're done.
It's done. I mean, if it was ever going to be decreased, then you guys would have to make a decision. I mean, I don't know if you want to. We've achieved it. We're doing it. It's part of our policy. We now have a $3 million set aside. At some point in the future, as costs go up, maybe we have to review the mitigation set aside every 3 years to make sure that what we've identified is the minimum threshold continues to be applicable. That might be a long range goal.
It doesn't hurt to revisit this every year.
Right, but to Katie's point, I mean, if this is something that we want to have as an ongoing, policy, shouldn't this remain under the goals and objectives? Because for councils to come, how will they know that that's something that this council?
Because they read the budget document that explicitly states.
I understand there's a budget document, but is there a document for every single one of these? Why not have one centralized document that reflects our ongoing priorities and policies? I know I understand your argument, Anna, you're trying to clean it up. But on the other hand, if you're just coming into this, how do you know that that's a priority? You checked the box for last year, but I'm new on council. How do I know that's something you want to continue doing year to year to year,
All I could say is I would assume that you would, when we go into budgeting, read the budget documents where it explicitly states that we decided to set aside and maintain $3 million. We achieved that, and that's one of our principles. The budget document explicitly says, we're going to maintain X million dollars worth of funds for emergency or hurricane. We are going to self-impose that. It explicitly says we have to maintain a 10% budget surplus, right? And it explicitly goes through what is an acceptable level of cash reserves. And so every single year, as we go through our budgeting workshops, the first section of that document states those things, shows the graph, shows where we are, shows this exact graph that's in here, this one, that shows where we are in terms of our own self-imposed reserves. And that's how you start the budget workshop. But, if we want to create a training manual, we can do that. If we want to create,
don't be sarcastic. That's not.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying if you
are, guys.
No. Parts of this job is that it doesn't come with a training manual. It doesn't come with this is the basics, right? This is where you start. It doesn't come with that. I think it would be incredibly useful to have one for all of us, but I don't think that's the utility of a strategic plan. That's not.
I don't think we need to be caustic.
I'm not. I wish I'd have a strategic plan.
All right, hold on. Well, Anna, I think the issue is we don't go through the budgeting process. Won't really start until almost summer, right? For us, right? I mean, we don't review
usually April-ish, right, Yossi? You usually start talking to us in April.
But doesn't this
Informs the budget
right now starts to inform the budget? And so we're strategic planning. We're talking about things that the departments need, that we may think we need to do, and staff then, starting in January, starts to put that stuff into the budget, and then it ultimately comes to us for review. I find it informative to have some of this stuff in here, so that we're reminded of the budget priorities that we have. Maybe we bring the budget. Maybe we look at this strategic plan with the other priorities policy next to it. So you don't want them all in this document, but you got to look at them, or we wouldn't know this thing existed until it's budget season, and by then it's too late.
Mr. Mayor, if I can interject, in this particular one of the $3 million set aside is an actual financial policy that's written in our financial policy, like that we have to do. Just like it says 10%, it says $3 million. So this particular one is written as a policy, not really a goal. It's something we have to do.
No, I hear you. But what I'm saying is that we don't have if we don't have that policy in front of us when we're going through the strategic plan, we won't know if we want to revisit it until we put the policy in front of us, which is during the budgeting process. When are we looking at that policy? I mean, you're saying we should be looking at it anyway.
So what I just put in there as a suggestion is we know that we just put in and changed the policy to $3 million. The reason we suggested that change was because we realized that when we went through Irma, that we really didn't have enough set aside for hurricane because the cost of doing business had gone up over the years, and we had been, for 20 years operating a certain way. I think a long-term strategic goal or objective should be the periodic revision of that particular policy to ensure that we are continuing to maintain and are in line with cost of business, inflation. And so I believe a good policy moving forward would be, or a good objective moving forward, is that we put together and specifically call out that by a certain year, we will revisit this to remind us that this is something we have to keep on our radar as an organization and as a governing board, that we will revisit this. I would have to come back and give you, feedback specifically during our budget process of why I feel we should keep it at 3 million at that point, or if at that point I would be recommending a higher amount for the set aside for,
So when would you do that? When would we review the overriding policies?
I think that we can pick a moment in time. Like I said, we just did it for this fiscal year, was the first time we implemented that $3 million. We met that threshold. We had it as a goal. It took us 2 years to actually be able to get there financially without having to raise the tax rate. And so I think now I would say that a good time frame to review it again would be 3 years out, that you would say, okay, in 3 years, we'll revisit this. So for the fiscal year 2023-24, we can kind of revisit this and review the mitigation set aside of $3 million. And that way it's something that we're going to be looking, it's a reminder, this is something we have to do. It's an objective that's further out 2-3 years from now. So we don't forget this is something we have to do.
Well, I'm almost thinking of this process that we start in January as the initial steps to informing our budget that we approve in September. And in that sense, doesn't it make sense to go over all the goals, objectives, and policies as we go through that and we figure out what we want to do in the budget as you all start to make it up after this is done? Or we're almost looking at the strategic plan in a vacuum without a connection to these broader policies that we have, and we could get lost in something like that. If we don't see this thing that says $3 million, when would we see that and revisit it? And when would be better than kind of right now in this process? It's a time to look at everything we said we were going to do last year. Did we do it? Do we want to continue doing it or not? I mean, if we get into July and we start to think about that, it's too late.
But we just looked at the document, we'd set it as an objective last year, and we did it. So now Yossi's follow-up is, we did it, and we should do it again in 3 years. I guess the question really is,
how would we know we're going to do it? Who's going to remind us?
Does the strategic plan serve the budget, or does the budget serve the strategic plan?
I think it's
the budget serves the strategic plan.
The budget serves the strategic plan. So if our objective is we're going to build a rocket and fly it to Mars, then hypothetically, if we put that in the strategic plan, over the next 5 years, we need to budget in such a way that we can build a rocket and fly to Mars. So I think the idea that the strategic plan informs the budget assumes that the budget is really the functional document, whereas ideally the strategic plan is the functional document and the budget is a tool to execute the strategic plan.
Correct.
Yes, the budget is a tool to execute the strategic plan.
Right.
Well, no, I mean, the strategic plan.
The strategic plan is your document.
We may not want to put in the budget. I mean, it made me consider this. Right? I always thought that this is where we had our ideas that we would explore, and eventually they make the budget. where are those ideas if not in the strategic plan? Does that make any sense?
Right. Exactly.
Some of this stuff may not go into the budget this year.
Correct.
Theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically, it could be, part of our strategic plan. And when we get back to it, we review it and say, we didn't do it. A, B, and C happened and the objective was not achieved. And so we either decide whether we're going to put it on there again and give it another shot, or whether we're going to X it off. But that's why I'm saying that in terms of being a more functional document that helps us make decisions about how we spend money, how we do things differently this year than last year, and next year than last year, how staff focuses their time and attention, that I want to encourage that these goals and objectives are in fact measurable and obtainable, yes and no, quantifiable, as opposed to statements of good practice. That's all.
I understand that, but an excellent bond rating is quantifiable every year.
Well, actually, no. An excellent bond rating would be, and as a strategic objective was, we want to attain a AAA bond rating. That's a strategic objective. Maintaining an excellent bond rating is simply a way of doing business. It's a guiding principle. It's good governance.
Understood. Okay, so maybe the language on this is incorrect, but it doesn't hurt to have it in there. Maintain a AAA bond rating.
Maintain a AAA. If that is what we want to do, maintain a AAA bond rating, then it should say we want to maintain a AAA bond rating, and then we can come back next year and decide what and say, did we do it or not? Because something that—
How tight do you want to, well, then again, how tight do you want to put yourself into a box on this by saying AAA? And why wouldn't you just say maintain an excellent bond rating? So if in fact something went wrong and you didn't get AAA, that you didn't get called on the carpet for it.
That is in fact the problem in public institutions with, and the
reverse engineering.
The reverse engineering of strategic planning that public institutions tend to do. They're afraid to specifically state measurable objectives, because then if something happens and they don't attain them, people will say they did a bad job.
Right.
So the way people write strategic plans is as broadly and as amorphously as possible, so that we can all wander around and argue, well, we sort of did it. We didn't actually not do it. And I understand that. But that's why I say, move it into a guiding principle. Excellent bond rating is a guiding principle. That's how we define a guiding principle. We can choose to define it stridently and say we want to maintain a AAA bond rating. We can wait until something happens to our bond rating and it dips to a point where we become concerned it's no longer excellent, at which point we're going to create a statement that says we're going to increase our bond rating, within the next fiscal year. Those are measurable, actionable goals as opposed to LATA. And I think frequently when we get ourselves mired in budgeting and mired in decision-making as we go about doing business, it's because we haven't looked at the document and said, what are we trying to do this year?
Let me just mention something that I'm noticing. So the guiding principles, the way that they're written, or they have been written, they in fact are goals. They're long-term goals. So we could actually split out goals versus objectives.
They're not synonymous.
Like right now I was putting them under guiding principles, but in fact, maintaining healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating is a goal. Okay, we could be more specific or not, but that's a goal.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what the strategic plan, it's meant to be strategic. It's meant to be aspirational, and it's meant to move the organization in a way that it's not doing so currently. From a policy perspective, from a elected official perspective, what are things critically, if you were to look at us critically, as the end users and representative of our residents, that you would like to see different or improved on, that are aspirational, where we're not meeting those things, that you would want us to be able to kind of go after to make us better, and that we can measure our success over time, right? That's really that's the strategic element as opposed to, and I want to just say this for the record. The reason some of these things are on here and they seem to be like every year is because we at one point didn't even have a strategic plan. So it was the first time we were putting something in writing that was going to be creating a document. But but if it's already built into our typical modus operandi, it's part of our culture. It is a goal because we want to keep those goals. We're not abandoning those goals, long-term goals, overseeing principles, but it's not a strategic, there's nothing strategic about maintaining something we already have. Does that make sense?
Well, I think it's helpful to have our goals or guiding principles as part of the strategic planning document, because
Correct.
not everybody remembers what the goals are, right? I mean, they're in separate documents, are they not? Right. And we're going to go back and unless we extract them or put them as part of this strategic planning process, it can be quite confusing, particularly as new people come on the council every 2 years. It doesn't hurt to go back to the reason that we have these things. Okay. So what I'm trying to say there is it doesn't hurt to have in this document, maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating. And then an indented bullet under that is maintain AAA bond rating.
I would say maintain an excellent bond rating
measurement
of
technique.
AAA. That's it. Maintain millage rate at a level necessary to provide high quality services. That continues to be an overall goal of the organization.
Now, how are you going to do it? What's the strategic policy by which you're going to execute, accomplish that goal? Right. I mean, I don't mind having this in there because it's just a subtle reminder every year that this is what we're supposed to do. And somebody asks the question, what's the bond rating?
But we're not going to, well, in other words,
when we
report, and like the point that Councilmember Hokumer is saying, when we report on this issue and we do our strategic planning workshops, who is the arbiter of whether we're maintaining the millage rate at a level necessary to provide high quality services? The only arbiters of that are you, the elected officials. There is really no other final decision makers. So that's just a goal. It's just a guiding principle.
And I have to say, I think your idea of taking these ongoing good governance principles and putting them up here as general goals.
Just goals, right?
That ground a discussion of fluctuating strategic objectives is a good middle point. It summarizes to people why we do the things we do, sort of a statement of belief, right? About what good governance is, how we define good governance, how we define excellence, right? How we define all these adjectives. And then each year, and those things are evergreen. They're going to stay up there, hopefully forever. And then underneath these objectives, hypothetically, are churning. They're changing every year and every other year, and they're being achieved. And they're moving off that objective list as things that have been achieved, so that we don't stagnate.
Well, I think
we want to break out ongoing goals.
I would agree with that, but that's not. So I would say that the goal in the first bullet would be maintain reserves and an excellent bond rating. And I don't think you'd have of AAA. I think that would be the strategic initiative that you may say that you would put underneath that, right? So here's the financial goal. Here's the way we're going to achieve it. It may be AA. You may not want to mention anything about it. There may be a situation, well, if we buy this property, we slip to AA. So what is it that we're not going to buy the property because we want to achieve this phantom bond rating thing when the property is more important than the, right? So again, the vagueness doesn't bother me much at all. It is a subtle reminder of just maintain an excellent bond rating, and we can assess that every year, no matter where we are. So, I mean, I think we're overthinking this a little bit. This is more of a mental exercise, isn't it, to figure out if our priorities are the same every year and how we want to get the budget in place.
Right. We want to make sure that as a body, as a council, that we're all, it's 5 different people with 5 different opinions. So the hardest thing to do is work with 5 different agendas, and we're trying to achieve different things. So the whole purpose of having strategic planning workshops is really to herd and make sure that we're all on the same page, and that then staff gets clear direction on where we should be, aside from our day-to-day operations and running the village, anything that's new that we're going to be moving in that direction to achieve those objectives, that we're moving, the goal.
Right,
to that,
but if you extract from this document, maintain healthy reserves and an excellent bond rating,
we're not.
we don't have a discussion. Now, I got you. But if you take it out all together and we don't discuss it, we're doing ourselves a disservice. We should at least have it in this document so we can tell if if it's vague. Are we satisfied with AA or single A or triple A? I don't know. But if we don't leave it here, we may just gloss over it and not visit that at all. And I think that's almost what Shannon's saying. How in the hell she would know this is in there? I mean, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff to read. There's a lot of stuff to read to get to understand all of this stuff. Comp plans, financial documents, planning documents, public works documents.
So ongoing goals. This is always going to be on the backside of our principles of how we move forward as an organization, versus objectives, which are going to be more quantifiable, specific, analytical, policy-driven decisions that council may want to explore. It doesn't mean that all of those things will make its way to because it depends on how you guys phrase it, things that may or may not happen. For example, review the extraordinary expenditure mitigation set aside of 3 million by whatever. We picked a moment in time. At that point, we'll review it. It may decide that at that point we're maintaining it, and then council can say we'll revisit this issue 2 years later, right? Like, so that's just like, it's a placeholder. We're going to do this. We're going to go through that process. We can review our bond rating. Like, you guys may want to say, for example, prior to any, we do this anyway, but in a more formal sense, that before we purchase and make a final decision on any large scale land purchases, that we review through our financial advisors any impacts this might have to our bond rating before, and that informs your decision from a policy perspective whether or not to move forward with a purchase, a land purchase or something like that. So think long-term things that will benefit you as a policy body in informing your decisions and allowing you to make better informed decisions.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a great way to look at Beatty, because I think if anyone were to change the ongoing goals, that would be a major conversation. That would be revolutionary. Whereas the strategic objectives are gonna cycle.
Well, the strategic objectives may change every year, but the goal of maintaining the excellent bond rating likely will never change.
Correct.
But it may go excellent bond rating in one set place in time, maybe a single A, and in another place in time, and maybe a triple A, right? I mean, it's all going to be relative based on that council. But to not have it there to think about every year does us a disservice, particularly the folks who just got elected, because they have to get up to speed. I mean, it's easy for somebody that's been here for 8 or 16 years to remember this stuff, but not too much.
I agree that this is a fantastic way to say, look, this is focus on this. This is what's important. I even think this is a great strategic objective to put in there. We need to review it by this amount by that date. Perfect. There may be something that triggers a review before that date, right?
Right.
Something unusual may happen. So it seems to me that if nothing unusual happens by 2023, 2024, we know that that's on the to-do list, whether we like it or not.
Right.
That to me is a fantastic way to name check all this stuff that we have to be hyper aware of while creating objectives that are actually making us initiate improvements in the village.
So let me just
internally
jump in.
And externally.
So here you have we took out, we have the maintain extraordinary expenditure mitigation set aside of 3 million, right? So we've already kind of taken that and just tweaked it with the time frame of when we're going to revisit that particular topic to remind us further down the line. Then the second part of that says endeavor to continue the policy of depositing surplus into the general fund reserve. So as a policy idea, council can say that, or as a strategic plan initiative, you can say that you all want to review our surplus policy, financial policy regarding surplus, because we haven't done that in a while, and see if you would be interested in establishing thresholds that for example, we will historically, just anecdotally, when you look at our surplus, we've always hovered around $8 million, give or take, if we do something, there's always been, but for 25 years, it's always been the same. Like, is that still where we should be aiming to be as far as surplus is concerned? Or do we want to analyze that and make a decision as a body, right, you guys, of whether or not we should be aiming to build surplus more at another level, right? That analytical review of surplus and our policies that have to do with how
and that's the process we go through in, maybe we've misnamed the strategic planning process. I don't want to have to fit. That's the kind of process we go through during this part of the year, right? Correct. Do we need more money in the surplus? And then staff goes in and figures out how to build it into the budget.
But how would you know
to ignore it until budget time?
How would you know to increase the general fund reserve thresholds that you guys want to aspire to have if we never analyzed that?
Well, that's right. I think that's why we need to analyze it this time of the year, so that when you build your budget, you can go build the stuff in. I don't think it does us any good. I think most cities, elected officials get involved with the budgeting process in June, July, or August. And then, I don't know. We're thinking about the budget in January. And we're meeting with staff to figure out what they need. And that gives us months to communicate back and forth to the manager, and stuff kind of matriculates through and gets into the budget. And everybody's needs then we have a lot to discuss in July and August. We cull it down to the final budget. But this is where we tell staff, begin to think about the budget in January. If we don't evaluate how much money we want in surplus until June, what good does that do us? This is the time to do that.
Well, I would say what Yossi is positing is different. What Yossi is positing is a conversation that went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for several hours while we were setting the millage, right? And one of the things that we were discussing when we were setting the millage was the idea of, were we over-reserved? Remember that, right? What was the function of government to amass as much cash as it possibly could? Or if you had a millage rate that was X amount and that was generating enough revenue to do the things that you wanted to do in your strategic plan, was the correct decision to lower the millage because it's not our job to sit on mountains of cash, right? So what Yossi is saying is a strategic objective would be, rather than hashing that out in the middle of setting your millage, go through an internal process. It's one of your objectives at the beginning of the year to figure out what does this council really think about what good budgeting policy is.
Yeah, I think I'm saying the same thing, and that's now.
Right.
Not when the wrong time to do it as a beginning part of the conversation is during the budgeting process. The right time to do it is now. Go through that evaluation. We need to start thinking about it in January, not June, July.
Right.
We're not talking about. I think we're talking past each other on this.
No.
I think we're talking about the same thing.
And I don't know that we're talking past. I think I'm saying Yossi thinks of it as a process, not as a discussion we're having right now. She thinks of it as a process she's going to have in her office with her staff and with us in the coming couple of months as she's putting the budget together. And that the work of doing that should be a strategic objective in the strategic.
And I would agree. I agree. But I think the council needs to acknowledge it during the strategic planning process, so we're not in a vacuum. We know what's going on. she goes and does it. We deal with it during budgeting process. But this is a time to set in our own heads the table for what we're going to be discussing as part of the budget in the future. It's hard to wake up one day and say, this is what throws me off. I wake up one day and say, hey, let's buy this property. I mean, was that in the strategic plan? Did we talk about it? It wasn't on the radar 6 months ago. You know, we did the same thing last year with the playground, right? That great time to start talking about strategic planning. It would have been harder to talk about just if it pops up out of the ether in June.
But it was part of the strategic plan. Our strategic plan.
No, I agree. And
has
that's why it was a great time
objective.
to, what about the property? Is that in the strategic plan?
Yes, our strategic plan has a goal, an objective that talked about our identifying additional land that could be purchased for additional parkland. That is a goal that exists and has existed on the village's strategic plan.
And we should revisit those goals. We should revisit all that stuff in January so we're all on the same page. And if it pops up, we can point back to the strategic plan and say, hey guys, it was nothing new. We talked about it in strategic planning. So we shouldn't lose this stuff. Like you said, you're putting the goals up there overall, but I wouldn't necessarily take those overriding principles out because we need to think about it in this stage of our budget development.
I think we're past that. I think
graciously make it an action item.
Everybody's agreed, Mayor, to keep the goals in. So we're not taking them out. If you look at my screen, I've been adding them. I'm just changing things around, but we're not going to do away with those guiding goals, those ongoing goals. We're just going to split out the overlying goals that are always going to inform our decision making from the action item objectives that are just more tight as far as
guys, it's 1 minute till 2 and people got to leave. So do you want to, if we've kind of settled out here, do you want to leave this where it sits and then redo this and start back over again at a different time? I don't know if we're going to get anything substantive done from here on out with a minute to go.
If you want to, let me just mention this real quick so we can wrap this one particular item. If you guys are interested, one of the things that is a recurring discussion that council has every budget year is when we look at our reserves, where historically we fall. So the question is, are you comfortable keeping things the same as we've historically been for 25 years? Do you want to kind of revisit that in anticipation? Because we have had the discussion before of whether or not we want to keep X amount of cushion. So the reality is the reason we have the better cushion we have, the higher rating we have. So in reality is, but at what point is that, you know, taxing people too high and unnecessarily, like that kind of analysis? If you all want to look at that as a policy directive, that would be a good strategic plan objectives that we can kind of play with over the next course of the 6 months before budget even is talked about, so that you have that information behind the scenes in anticipation of next year's budget discussion.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't we do that every year?
No, we don't. We play it off the cuff most of the time. Yossi shows us a couple of drafts of the budget. She shows us where we are historically. She looks at us and says, is this okay? And people either nod or don't. I
didn't say, do we do it every year? I said, shouldn't we do it every year? I mean, shouldn't that analysis take place every year
that should be
so that we can figure out where we want to go?
That should be an action item to create
Well, I agree.
that process.
I agree. That should be an ongoing annual thing that gets done, so we don't wake up in July when we're going over the budget saying, hey, what do you want to do?
Right.
And by action item, you mean objective, right? Are we using the words the same? We should keep using the same words to.
Yes, objective.
Objective
is something.
Right.
We, the village staff, does not review the reserve policy every single year. It's a policy that's in our financial plan. It's our financial policies. It's a guiding, that's how we run, and we've historically kept it at a certain point. The question would be, does council want to change that historical point and move that up or down? So to make that decision, you would have to have some kind of analytical review of that. I'm just throwing ideas out. It doesn't mean we have to do that. I don't want to also, I'm just trying to take that original objective, right? And and
And
so
move
that,
it forward.
and move it forward, if at all. Or if you're comfortable where it is, that's the historical, then there's no point to review it. It's an automatic thing. We just continue to do that, and we have always done it. But
I
at
think
some
the mayor's
point,
right. I think we should be looking at that every year, and I think we should include it as an objective. I'm putting
We
words in
should
your
at
mouth.
least acknowledge it and determine if we want to do it or not. But if
Okay.
we don't acknowledge it and don't see it on this, don't see it here, we could gloss over it. But
and maybe
I think we're saying
maybe
the
the
same thing.
answer to this is that we review the financial policies, all of them, the village's financial policies every so often. And pick a year, a moment in time when you guys as a body are gonna look at the financial policies as a whole, because this is just one part of it. You know, the surplus policy is just one of the many policies in our financial policies.
I don't
So-
see why we wouldn't look at our policies every year and simply see if they needed to change. And
you
the
wanna
conversation
review
could
our
be very easy. It's like,
financial
no, or change this one.
You want to review our financial policies every single year?
Does it hurt to look at your I mean, we don't have to spend hours on it, but if you could look at your policies and just acknowledge that we want to keep them. I think it's kind of a simple process, right?
Mm.
Somebody's got to look at the policies every year, don't they?
I mean, how many policies are there? Honestly, like how many do you think?
5 pages worth of policy.
Pages of them. They're,
Pages and
they're all
pages.
the
It's just-
introductory
Because
material.
it's how we operate. So we just operate under certain principles and, you know, policies. That's how we operate. The question is, are those policies still things that you all feel that is how we should be operating? Do you want to change any of those things? Is there a reason to, should we be analyze, just like we do the comprehensive master plan and we review the master plan every so often,
Right.
dust it off, review it, make sure, same thing. Like, we don't really have, the financial policies are included every year in the budget. You guys get a copy of it, but is the council really ever looking at those financial policies and making changes and updating them?
No, I think we're going through this process right here and letting you know what we want to see in the budget through strategic planning. And I don't know who looks at the policies in the budget or not. It's kind of late when you're forming a budget, when you're 95% of the way through the budget and you're holding hearings on the list of stuff that you put in there. It's kind of late to review the policies, right? The policies should be reviewed in January. So as the staff puts together, staff's gonna, well, I don't know, when do you start budgeting? March? Or, I mean, I'm assuming that basically it starts now with our input and then you have something to present to us by June. I mean, looking at policies in July is it's almost for the next year.
Do you want to review the financial policies on an annual basis? That would not be my recommendation.
That's very frequent. I mean,
that would not be my recommendation.
Usually
That
every
would
3
be-
to 5 years.
You don't want to be changing the policies all the time either, because
that you go through financial policies.
right. So
I don't really have a preference on how frequently we review them. I just think that the strategic planning is where we're coming up with the new ideas that may inform the budget going forward, not in June. So it's helpful to have the information in this document so we can tell the manager which directions we want to go in and not miss anything. So maybe you're right, reviewing every policy every year is overkill.
But given some of the stuff which is on the burner and was in our strategic plan last year and the year before, and particularly given that there are several items in our strategic plan from last year which include acquiring property, including we've had the objective of acquiring water access for Parks and Recreation for many years in there, and acquiring more properties for Parks and Recreation to expand our recreation opportunities. Perhaps this would be a good time to put as an objective for this fall to have a workshop and review of what our reserve policy is and what we feel is an acceptable, minimum or average cash reserve. Because as we say, every time we cycle through a bond and paying off debt early becomes a question. Do we have enough cash flow to service this bond? Is this an acquisition we want to make? Is this an expense an improvement we want to pay for? over and over and over again, we come back to talk about this reserve policy without ever explicitly establishing a written policy in our financial documents that says, you know, this is how we want to maintain our reserves. Therefore, anything which would not meet that standard would have to be rejected, or financed some different way, or we would have to deal with it a different way. I think that's what Yossi's playing
Sounds
with.
like it's a good time to go over that document.
At the
The
very
financial policies in general, and then but more specifically
the reserves, it
the
sounds
reserve.
like is the thing that has staff, and it's a theme I've heard for the last couple of years is, you know, where are reserves, and we've had these conversations without having a specific conversation about what's acceptable, what's okay, what's not okay.
Right, because what happened in essence is just, if you remember, historically, the reserves have been, you know, more or less in a certain range, between 7 and 9 million. But over that same period of time, the designated cannot use that money for anything else amount has gone from 1 million to 3 million. But we have this general policy that talks about depositing any surplus into the general fund reserve. And usually since the recession, the surplus that we produce is really produced not because of overtaxation. It's basically because we haven't spent the money the way we intended to budget. So the question would be from a policy perspective is, if you were to look at that snapshot, should we be looking at a millage that actually builds reserve again? And then that's a policy decision over time. How do we build that reserve over the next 5 years? What would be the plan to get that if we wanted to move that to a different historical range that would be higher? Because cost goes up. Like, you know, if cost goes up, but your reserve isn't going up, then, you know, those are policy considerations. You just need to be aware that we're doing that. It's
Right.
a different way of functioning. We're functioning in a much more tight environment. And that might be what you want to do. That might be okay. We just need to be aware and raise awareness that it's purposeful, not just, you know, because at the last minute when we're doing budget, that's the way it works itself out.
And I think that's one of the main purposes of the strategic planning exercise is to just be aware so that everything we do is purposeful.
It's purposeful.
Right? I mean, there's two ways of hitting the objective of the surplus, and that's one through not spending as much as your budget says, and that's the other of having a millage that actually budgets for a surplus.
So we get to a certain point,
I don't think
then we hold it, right?
Right. I don't think there's a wrong answer. It just needs to be a purposeful exercise.
Right.
All right. So I guess we're at the end of this rope. Let's, I guess, over, you know, before the end of the week, let's figure out when we want to start this again, maybe next week or the week after, and we'll dedicate some time to it and do it again. Is that okay with everybody?
We'll send out proposed dates. Is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah, that's a good idea. So everybody can look at their calendar.
And it's better to just do morning session, right? Like, and
For me, yeah,
and finish by
I
noon.
thought nine to whenever is good.
By noon, or do you want to do it more till about 2? What do you guys want to do?
I don't mind starting in the morning.
And end it at what time, just so people know what we're gonna be doing?
Well, let's go 9 to noon and see what happens. I don't know. We haven't really, what we did today was talk about the staff. We still got to go over we have to start the strategic plan.
Yeah.
And we haven't done that. Well,
That will be our objective.
Yes, our objective.
that would be our objective. Where do you want to put that?
Okay, so
Don't answer that question right now.
A training manual.
do you want me to start looking? Do you want me to make proposed changes to strategic plan goals and objectives based on some of these discussions?
Yeah, why don't you
Try
give it a
to
shot?
make sense of it for you guys to help move it along?
Yeah. I mean, some of the departmental directors had actionable strategic objectives that they wanted to add to our strategic plan.
Right.
Right. And those, I was writing some of them down in my document. Some of them were more general objectives, but there was a lot of stuff to put in the list that we're going to do or not do over the
Right.
next year or two.
Okay, so I'll go back and work on that with staff. And then if you have any ideas or projects, things that you think we should have conversations about, just send them my way and I'll work something like a proposed objective. So when we come back, council can just talk about those items. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before you sign
Yes,
off, along with dates for the next workshop, I'll also include a couple of dates. We'd like to do a groundbreaking for the Pinecrest Gardens Upper Garden project. It will be outdoors. It will be brief. It's basically a photo op. So I'll be sending that out also in the next day or two.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Katie G.